It's season 2 of the Gathering of Tweakers series here on RaceSpot TV. I'm Paul Smith. Alongside me is Alvin Nieves and Dan Blake with Hugo Luis on the cameras. And it's the 4 hours of Sebring here on RaceSpot TV and also on iRacing Live as well. So we're just about finishing the qualifying session, so what we'll do is we'll just quickly go through each of the classes. We'll just go the first 4 of each class. So, on the pole position for the Daytona prototypes is NKH Racing with a time of 1 minute 54.027. Second place on the front row is Friction Racing, the 199 car. In third place it's Team Hoisig Belt Engineering, and in fourth place is Sim Racing. We'll just go through the rest of those Daytona prototypes there on screen for you. And then we'll move on to the GT3 class, the BMW Z4s, and on the front row for them is Sim Racing with their 211 car with a time of 2 minutes 1 second .171, with High Octane Motorsports number 122 in second place, NAB Racing in third, and Blue Flag Racing GT in fourth place. And again, we'll go through the rest of those GT3 field for you on screen. And we have one more class as well started on the grid here. It's the GTS, the Roof C-Spec cars, and on pole position for them is Baguette Racing with a time of 2 minutes 6.213. Second is Sim Racing GTC. Third is the Orange Devils, and in fourth place for them is Torque Freak Racing. And this is the rest of your field. So 41 car grid, and everyone's finished qualifying. And well, as I said before, we've got Alan Nieves and Dan Blake alongside me, and we'll just come to you first of all, Dan. It looks to be a promising race, and it's going to be interesting to see how these Daytona prototypes go through this race.
Yeah, very interesting. Well, hello everybody. We see in qualifying the first 12 Daytona prototypes separated by just a second, so very, very close. And then a similar story as well when you go down to the GT3 and also the GTC class, maybe a little bit more spread out, but those top two classes, I think we're going to see some fierce, frenetic racing in this 4-hour race.
And Alvin, endurance racing, it's always tough, it's always fast and frenetic at the start, but you have to make sure that you get through this first period of the race to be able to just settle down and go on and compete for this race win.
Yeah, first of all, good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone that's watching us today. Yes, one of the most important aspects of endurance racing is just remembering that the race is not won on the first turn or lap. However, it can be lost in the first turn or lap, so it's very important for every single driver and team to remember that they should be taking it easy and think long term, as this is a 4-hour race.
Absolutely, and pit strategy is going to be crucial as well in a race like this. And Dan, you've done many endurance races. How do you work out the pit strategy?
Trying to find the optimal. I think it's really trying to find the optimal strategy. Some may. And also fuel conservation, some drivers are better at it than others, and I think really you'll have to, strategy is something that evolves throughout the race. You can't really go in with a set strategy, because obviously it's been endurance racing for 4 hours. A lot of things can happen which maybe you're not expecting, a bit of unpredictability, so I think pretty much they'll have a set plan maybe that they think about, but basically they'll be doing it on the fly.
So as the cars now just starting on their warm-up lap, just to get some temperature into the tyres and into the brakes, and get a feel for this track after practice and qualifying. And Sebring, it's a classic endurance track, and one that the drivers do enjoy, don't they, Alvin?
Yeah, it's, I think, one of the premier endurance racetracks all over the world. Tough track as well, as well, it's pretty much based on an airfield, and one thing that drivers will be battling throughout the whole race is the bumps. There are so many bumps in this track, especially going into the corners right in the middle of the racetrack, that they're gonna be careful when coming back on the throttle, as these bumps can upset cars, and yeah, they will be having a hard time today.
Okay, so there we are, the 191 car of the NKH racing car, in pole position, leading the field around behind that gold and blue safety car, and hopefully we won't see too many safety cars today, because as you say, it's so easy to make a mistake here, and it's going to be tough, and you could see a few safety cars.
Yeah, safety cars are something which could factor into the race, of course, with the four-course cautions. And I know they were saying earlier about the bumps. That Sunset Bend, that last corner, very tricky, and a lot of bumps there as well. And especially when we come to the multi-class situations later, where the faster cars try and overtake the slower cars, definitely some potential for a safety car, but hopefully not.
Absolutely, it's the last thing that we want is a safety car, but it does make it a bit exciting every now and again, doesn't it?
Oh yes. I'm going to speak from experience on that one. A few races I've had recently, safety cars have spiced things up a little bit, shall we say.
Absolutely. So we're about 2/3 of the way around the lap now, so all the cars just preparing, getting ready for the start. And what's going to be the key thing for this race then Alvin? Is there any sort of, other than sort of trying to conserve your tyres and your fuel, is there anything that you want to be doing throughout this race to help you have the best chance for the win?
Well, one of the main things that all drivers, all teams for that matter, will try to do is try to spend as less time in the pits as possible. So it'll be interesting to see how each team goes with fuel conservation, especially as tires. It'll be pretty much a sure thing that they will have to change tires on each stop. But also, if you can conserve your tires at any point during the race, it will also help, especially at the end of each stint, as you will have more rubber to attack the racetrack and perhaps gain a couple more positions.
So as we're coming into the final turn now, that safety car is going to dart off to the right hand side into the pit lane, and it's Niklas Hjelm at the front of the field here. He's pacing the cars now. It'll be him who decides when they make the start as they come along, and he's made the break for it already as we go green here at Sebring for 4 hours here on Race Sport and iRacing Live, and it's been a brilliant start from NKH Racing down into the first corner. Are we going to get any incidents coming into there? So far everybody keeping out of each other's way as yep, through the first corner they go. So the GT3s, they're underway now as well, and they going into the first corner with Claudio Klima in the Corsim racing car in the lead. And again, everybody behaving. They're all heeded the advice of the race control to take it easy. And finally the rough speed spec cars, the GTS cars, making their start, and they're all going to make it through into the first turn. Not a problem there. So everybody behaving through the first couple of corners, but it's NKH Racing who lead this one down.
NKH is the lead in the prototype class. There was a little bit of a change in GT3. The NAB racing car Fabian Jong has gone up to second place at the expense of the high octane motorsport car, so early position gain there for NAB Racing and GT3.
Yeah, absolutely. So NAB Racing, Fabian de Jong, we'll be hoping to try and get that place back as soon as possible, but as we've been saying, you don't need to do that. You can take things easy. It's a long old race. It's 4 hours. As further back, we've got to change for position as well. The 281, it looked like the 225 just making a place up in the GT3s, so they've made it through. And Baguette Racing still leading in the Roof C Spec class, as up at the front, NKH Racing as well. They are coming through now to complete the first lap, just coming into the final corner, and a row of 4 cars just making a break for it already. Corsim Racing, Team Heusinkveld and Friction Racing along with NKH all trying to make a break early on, Alvin.
Yeah, those 4, they got a really good start, and nowadays it seems like they are trying to get in a rhythm, very important, especially on a 4-hour race. So I can see them trying to get a gap, those 4 getting a gap to the rest of the prototype class, and then perhaps they will start racing each other. But for now, it looks like they will just get in a rhythm and just run their lap times and try to figure out their strategies through for the rest of the race.
And we have the 113 car in the pits already. What's happened there for them? It looks like they're changing driver as well, so something has happened to them. It looks like they've been having issues with their connection there, so unfortunate for them to have such a early problem to affect the race, because they're going to be pretty much down to last place.
The last thing you need going into this race is something like that happening at the early stages. But another car making the moves is the 4X racing car. Johan van der Belde started 13th, now up to 11th place and on the tail of the top 10 now. So that 4X racing car didn't qualify so well, but Johan van der Belde starting to build the pace up a little bit in that car.
Yeah, there they are, the 117 car in the... would you say that's a black car with a blue roof? It's... I'm not the best on my colours, I'm afraid. It's looking well, going well in, as I say, in 10th place. Well, let's have a look through this field. Those front four still going, and we've got a battle for second place. Friction and Team Hoisingveld side by side down towards the final corner, and it does it. Oh, they're nearly making contact there. Coming into the final corner, can Hoisingveld do it? And looks like Hoisingveld have made it through. So in second place, got Team Hoisingveld Engineering in the 178 car, Alvin.
Yeah, great move, and them good side-by-side racing, and heads up for trying to leave as much room as possible, even though they were almost made contact. But it was a great pass, and also a good example of how turn 17 it has so many lines that you just have to pick one and kind of stick to it. But really great pass by Christian Kiwi for Team Hoisingveld.
Also, the 230, the BT Motorsports car, was running a bit slow down the back straight there in the GT3, so they've lost a bunch of positions, but they're back up to speed now. Whether they had had to slow down for having a little issues with the corners, as still Team Hoisingveld and Friction are going at it through the hairpin and onto the back section, Dan.
Yeah, it's a very good battle at the start of the race, and Friction trying to get down the inside, but not quite getting able to make it stick. And these two drivers have to be a bit mindful at the early stages. And Friction car got a bit sideways there, well held onto by the car of Dean Prescott. The back end seemed to come out there a little bit. He lost him some time controlling it, but more importantly, no incident. He's still in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. He's still on the track, he's still running, that's the main thing for him. As we look further down as well, the Core Sim Racing GTC, the 311 car, has got a whole host of queue of cars, of 5 cars there in the rough C-Spec, and they're all battling away for second place in class, as the Baguette Racing have made a glorious start to this race, already up about 4 seconds on the second place rough car.
Yeah, Evan Maliar doing a fantastic job in the first few laps here. Evan, a very well-known endurance racer, very quick, and he's showing here they're immediately putting that bolt down, putting the hammer down, and trying to establish a bit of a gap, and he's doing very well, because the cars behind, as you say, Paul, are battling hammer and tongue, it looks like, behind.
At the front, NKH Racing have, because of that battling between Friction and Team Hoisingveld, they've pulled out another second on them, so it's a 2.1 second lead now at the front, as everything is just calming down. Legends Racing and Hawk Sim Racing battling over 4th place overall in this race. As you said earlier, 4X Racing now up to 9th place. They've made a really good go of it at the start, as they're all battling away over that 9th place with Pros Racing Sports and Core Sim Racing P. And in the GT3s, you've got the Core Sim Racing GT3 car of Claudio Klima leading that class. NAB Racing in second, with Madcap Racing team in third. And well, it's all just action all the way through the field here, Alvin. It's such a great start, and we've got another 3 hours 53 to go yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Most of the teams, even though it's an endurance race, they're also realizing that with 7 minutes down, it's also from time to time that whenever you can pick your spots, you try to go for them, and if you can overtake, then do it, as you never know what could happen later in the race.
as we've got just happened a moment ago. David Soranzo lost a couple of places at the hairpin, just outbraked himself by the looks of things, and as we say, lost a couple of places there, so they've moved down now behind the Core Sim Racing, and the FRT Hawkers are there as well with them. So as lost control behind, who was that? That was also there was Brandon in the Blackadder Motorsport GOT 166 car, lost control of the car down the next straight. So all action going on at the start of this race, but everyone's still up and running, no retirements yet, so that's good to see.
Yeah, it's good to see that we've had no early incidents. Also, I think some people feared, and in the GT3, the field very still compact together. The top three, though, starting to make a bit of a break there with the car. Claudio Klima leading from Fabian de Jong and Timo Toika, but behind them it seems like a bit of a battle royal led by Vendegas Parfarkas.
I'm glad you said that, Dan. As High Octane Motorsport, the 1-2-2 car in fourth place. As you say, the Blue Flag Racing with Patrick Fleece behind them, and Blackadder Motorsport in the fifth or sixth place, sorry, in the GT3s. And as you say, it's all pretty close between those cars, and it's hard to tell where to look on this field, to be honest with you, Alvin. It's just neck and neck all the way through, as fourth place Legends Racing, the 109 car, battling it out with Hawk Sim Racing.
Yeah, since it's early in the race and pretty much, of course, when you start, everybody is backed up. You will see lots of racing for precision early in the race. Now, it'll be interesting in a couple more laps, because these first lap is what I call the calm before the storm, because everyone can race each other for position, but once those prototypes start catching the C-specs, then we will see the patience of all teams in play, as you will have everyone trying to pass lower cars and respect each other, and that's when things start getting really dicey.
And the 267 car, Dan, what has anything happened with them?
Yeah, they're the first ones to fall victims of the stewards. They've had a warning for misuse of the communication, and there was a second breach as well, I noticed as well, so there could be a further penalty for that 267 Blackadder car. As you know, the communication in this series is being kept very strict. They don't want anything going across the airways when the drivers are trying to race, and I think Blackadder Motorsport have now had 2 breaches of that so far.
Okay, at the front, the gap between the leaders overall has closed right up. Team Heusinkveld really got on the money and have closed up. They're only 0.6 of a second behind over the line. So did anything happen with the leaders, NKH, on the last lap? Because they were a good second slower than Christian Kivet in the Heusinkveld engineering car, Dan.
I think it's the case of the Huskenveld car going quicker. Now it's starting to come across GTC traffic. The first car to be lapped is going to be Steve Claes in the Orange Devils car. That's the Dutch team, and Nicholas Ham going to try and go down the inside, but he's lost a bit more time there, and Huskenveld are going to get past at an opportune place there, so they might actually be able to challenge going into Sunset Bend if they can keep this up.
Yeah, it's absolutely just close neck and neck stuff between these two. As now down towards the back straight, it's a prime location to overtake into the final corner, because you get a good draft through there, and as they come out there now, just Heusinkveld running a little bit wide though, but NKH feeling the need to try and break the toe of the 178 car, as down into the final corner, just got enough of a gap between them, have any worries, and takes his normal line, does the race leader. But it really is quite a close race, and as you were saying, Dan, there is live stewarding here in this series. So any issues, then people will get penalties during the race for breach of regulations.
Good battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. It was between Adam Kerr in the VAPEX car, and also there was the car of Francisco Gonzalez. Gonzalez had a wheel on the grass though coming onto the straight, and has now fallen into the clutches of the car behind him, which is the 111 of Frederick Van Newsom for Core Sim Racing P.
Yeah, absolutely. Those cars, as well, it looks like the 142 is having a few issues staying on the staying in a straight line. They seem to be twitching around there. So the Core Sim Racing car, the 111 car, looking to the outside, going towards the hairpin. Not quite the room there though. As they come up to the GTC traffic as well, and can they make it through? Well, let's have a look now. No, he's still. Oh, they're getting caught up behind that GTC traffic. Is the FRT Hawker car? So this is a chance now for Core Sim Racing. Will they look down the inside? No, they decide to stay behind and just keep piling that pressure on. And I do believe we've got a warning as well for the 166 car for an unsafe rejoin. So Stewart's really having not a busy time, but certainly getting some early work there, Alvin.
Yeah, usually at the start of the race, generally speaking, usually there's not that much action in race control, as for the most part most of the racing is pretty much in class. But now that we have the leaders pretty much going around the slower cars, now we will have a lot more action, and maybe well, hopefully not, we don't have that much contact in between cars, because now it's when probably misunderstandings in between classes can happen as well, and overtaking in corners. But so far the racing looks clean, so I don't expect that much action from race control regarding handling penalties for contact, dive bombing, or things like that.
Huskenvad also lost 1.5 seconds on the last lap pool. NKH have extended the gap to 2.1, and they're getting through the traffic very nicely as well, although they're going to get caught up a little bit here in the hairpin. But it seems that last lap, lap 7, saw a big change in the lead there in the favour of NKH Racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, traffic is going to play a huge part in this race, as these and the Governor Tweakers were just GT3 cars, so this season having a multi-class event, it's going to be a little bit different for these drivers, but they're all very good drivers in this series, so they shouldn't have a problem getting through traffic, as the Huizinga car just getting held up a little bit there. Looks like by the Core Sim Racing GTC car, but made it through. So traffic playing a big part early on, and it's going to be a big part of this race throughout the 4 hours, Alice. Oh.
Yeah, like I said before, the first laps was when everyone can enjoy some side-by-side racing in between classes, but now pretty much that should be over, as pretty much now for the rest of the race it's gonna be watching your mirrors for cars for your class competition, but also looking in front for any slow traffic. So it'll be interesting to see how everyone now manage traffic for the rest of the race.
The 111 car, sorry there, Alvin. The 111 car having a look down the inside and loses control of the car. Oh, this car's buried down in them. Can they keep out the way? Yes, they do. Everybody avoids them. Oh, that was a bit of a scary moment there for them. That's lost them quite a few places.
Sorry to interrupt you, Paul, but the Adam Kell car is slanted across the track, the 132. I wonder if you can have a quick look at that one. Something's happened with that car. It's slanted across the front straight. I think he's trying to get to the pits or something, but a major drama there for that one too.
Yeah, absolutely. The Apex Racing car, Adam Kell, the 132. What's happened going into that final corner? Well, they've lost control and hit the barrier very heavily going into that final corner. That might partly be the reason why the Core car lost control going into that final corner.
Yeah, possibly saw the yellow flag and panicked a little bit there, and unfortunately, as we see there, that's 2 cars been involved in an early race incident, and that's going to shake the DP foot up a little bit in the midway point of the class.
Absolutely. So the Apex Racing Team 132, Adam Kell, in the pits now for some repairs, because that was a heavy hit at the front of that car going into that final corner. Up front, still, it's the 191, the NKH Racing car. They are in the lead 3 seconds now over the Team Hoisingveld 178 car, with Friction Racing, the 199 car, in 3rd place overall. Let's have a look at the GT3 class, because the 211, the Corsim Racing BMW, is in 1st place in class for them, with a nice 3.5 second lead over the NAB racing car of the 208. 3rd place, Madcape Racing, sorry. They're not too far behind them. In fact, they're less than a second between these two. The battle for 2nd place in GT3, with High Octane in 4th place in class, Blue Flag Racing in 5th in class. And in your GTCs, it's still Baguette Racing with the comfortable lead over the Corsim Racing GTC car. And in 3rd place, it's the Spirit of Le Mans car, the 333 car, in 3rd place in class as well, with Talk Freak Racing in 4th and the 381. So everybody managing to deal with traffic on the most part, and not too many incidents involving traffic. But as I say, that big battle in the prototypes with the core car is just shaking things up a little bit now up in front there, Dan.
Yeah, the core racing car now into 12th place. And talking about the GTC, that Baguette racing car, then he has the whole of the Ullman Straight gap over 2nd place car of core racing GTC. So that Baguette racing car really putting away. And as we said before, we're having a look now at the GT3. In second, there's quite a close battle for second. Got Fabian de Jong for NAB Racing and the Madcape team. But it's starting to, we say that it's an endurance racing, they have the initial flurry, and then it starts to get a little bit smoother, calm down a little bit. I think we're just about starting to enter that phase now where the field is starting to spread out a little. Yeah,
and it's really affects battles. It's tough to go through traffic, especially if you get behind a slower class car through a twisty section. And well, as the BMWs, they're all nicely in a line there for 4th place in class. High Octane Motorsports in that 4th place, but you've got the Blue Flag Racing, Blackadder Motorsport, you've got Racing Lions, you've got BT Motorsports, Hawksim Racing, Euphoria Racing, White. There's a whole queue of cars behind that High Octane Motorsports car, and Alvin, it's a lot of pressure to be put under for that High Octane Motorsports car.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the best things of endurance racing is when you have this train of cars, you are really kind of, in a way, you are pressured to try to keep pace, but then at the same time you don't want to be the first one to make a move to overtake a car, and then risk you don't complete the move, because then the cars that are right behind you will just pounce on that mistake, and then you may be risking from being maybe in the middle of that queue, going all the way to the back of the line.
As it's what? How many cars is that? But it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You've got about 8 cars in that queue there. That is a lot of pressure coming down that back straight. That is a lot to see in your rear view mirror. I don't think I would be able to cope with that, and that's why I'm sat in this commentary booth. But coming around the final corner, the 220 car there, still holding that 4th place, doing a good job there in the GT3s, down.
Yeah, exception to the rule. He's still definitely battling hard, and in the next lap or two, I think this could get even more interesting, because NKH not too far behind them, and he's going to have to get through this massive train of cars. So some of the GT3 guys will maybe try and see that as an advantage point. And also, you've got the, I think that's the 113 coming through, Conic Racing. They've actually had a warning for blinking in this race as well. And what that means is there's been a connection problem which causes the car to blink, and that could be extremely distracting and unnerving if you're racing, seeing the car where you don't know where it's going to be. But that car at the moment is still driven by Gino van der Broek. He's going through the GT3 field, but also you'll see the leaders coming across that pack on this lap too.
As down the inside into the hairpin, it is the was that the Blackadder Motorsport or Blue Flag Racing? Well, they're side by side anyway, going through there, and they've got to negotiate with that the prototype as well coming through. So really close action. There's still the on top blink there from them, but now down the inside. So who's that making the move through there? on the Blue Flag Racing car. The Blue Flag Racing car has actually lost a lot of speed through there in a lot of places, so maybe they've got a little issue themselves.
BT Motorsports and Hawk Sim Racing have gone past as well, so that's another 2 positions that Patrick Fields has lost. And we said about the lead car, and that is not very far away at all from these drivers. He's probably going to catch them on the next lap, I imagine.
Absolutely, and that little bit of a battle there has allowed the High Octane Motorsports 122 car to just make a little bit of a break of it in that 4th place in GT3. And he's trying to make use of the draft from that Daytona prototype, and I personally haven't been able to use that Daytona prototype yet, but apparently it's a very good car, and only just onto the iRacing service in the last month or so, so drivers still getting used to it, still learning exactly what it can do, as well. There is also a warning for the 274 car from Race Control. So first warning for them, so they didn't back off after an initial contact, so a warning there for them. And also 225, which one's that? That's the helps out, Dan.
Hawk Sim Racing GT33, and they're also quite a bit off of that pack as well, so they've maybe been involved in an incident or something, because they've lost a lot of times, those cars that are battling.
Yeah, you would have thought, just with the fact that those two have dropped back a bit, that maybe it was those two involved in that. See if we can find out about that. But yeah, as you say, NKH Racing catching up to that GT3 gaggle of cars, and well, it's a 3.2 second lead now over Team Huizinga Engineering, the 178 car in 2nd place overall, with Friction Racing in 3rd. These Daytona prototypes have pretty much settled down now into a rhythm. You've still got a battle though between Blue Flag Racing, the 155, 4X Racing 117, and the FRT Hawkers, the 140 car. Those 3 are still pretty close together, so not everyone's settled down yet. These Daytona prototypes still battling away for 8th place.
Yeah, that FRT Hawkers car of Danny Parfeld trying to find a way past the 4X car of Johan van der Velde, and not quite close enough, but the good little 3-car battle we got there going on between those 3 cars, and I think now the leader is coming up on that traffic.
Yeah, and just an interesting point, the 4X Racing car, they started 13th in this race, already made up 5 places, so a very good action there from there at the start. But yeah, as you said, the leader now catching up to the GT3 back markers. Will this affect things?
I see some smoke there, and there's a car that has lost out quite majorly there. And who's that's lost the time? I think it's the BT Motorsports Marco Buhin coming through Sunset. I saw the smoke, and that would cause him to lose a lot of positions. Now down to 26th overall, and that is, yeah, let's see where that is in class. He's now outside of the top 10.
Yeah, so there was an incident ahead of that in that traffic. It was the BT Motorsports car. Just what happened there? Let's have a look into that final corner. I think there was a little bit of contact, and that was with the Hawk Sim Racing, the 223 car. So
yeah, I went through the whole thing, and it looks like
Sports just losing out a little bit there. Alvin, have you seen that? And
both trying racing hard going into the last corner, and it could be a case of the inside cars getting one of the many bumps going into that turn and upsetting the car, and perhaps that's where the contact happened.
Yeah, so unfortunately for the BT Motorsports car, they've dropped down the field a bit, 26th overall at the moment, and well, as we say, the NKH car is the overall BT Motorsports car. So now having to make their way through this GT3 pack, and without leader is catching up to the BT Motorsports car. So now having to make their way through this GT3 pack, and with these GT3 cars, it'll be a lot more difficult to get through this pack, Dan, than the rough C-spec cars, won't it?
It'll be a little bit more difficult, but I think he's caught them at the right place coming down the Tracy Ullman straight. He's going to have at least 2 of them Got the Husqvarna car, seems to have closed up a little bit on this lap, but good racing here from NKH, goes past two of them. That's the two dispatched now as he comes round Sunset, and he's got the second straight, the main straight, where he'll possibly get two more of them. So he's catching them at all the right places at the moment, and Husqvarna is going to catch them on the infield.
Yeah, and that's going to just kill their chances of making up some time as they go down the inside as the NKH racing car, and so far being able to make their way through back markers relatively unscathed. Just a little bit at the start of the rough C-spec cars, just having a little bit of issues, but it's managing to negotiate these cars, but he is being held up a little bit here now, and that's the Hawk car, but now going down around the outside, around Big Bend, down towards the hairpin, and he's made it through. So now got a little bit of a gap, so hopefully these four that are battling ahead of him won't hold him up too much, because these guys will be concentrating on trying to get for position.
Yeah, the Husqvarna car's got past two of them, and also the third place car it seems to caught up a little bit there. Team Prescott in the Friction Racing 199 seems a bit closer to Husqvarna than he was before. And as we say about the positioning of traffic, he's found them at just the right place, and not much of a gap now between the second and third, probably about a second and a half there. So the Dean Prescott making a good chance, and it's here down the inside of the NKH car, and the NKH car back end twitching there for Nicholas Helm. I think there might not have been there. I think he might have been twitching in other places seeing that happening, but Nicholas Helm gets to it very nicely, and he's now on his way again, passing another one on the inside.
There will have been a sharp intake of breath there, I can tell you, in that NKH car as they came across. And this is the thing with multi-class racing. Not only have you got him trying to get past the GT3 cars, the GT3 cars trying to get past the GTC cars as well at the same time, and you can get little close calls like that, but they seem to be able to get through so far.
Oh, that's close there. One of the DP car of Prescott and Carl Williams never came together there on the straight. That's a GT3 car. As you said, we've got the three classes intertwining together for the first of probably many times, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens when these three classes get together. And there's a car in the pit lane as well, I noticed. That is Gino van der Broek of Avid Chronic Racing. So unfortunately their early problems don't seem to have ended yet.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for them that they're having to pit again, and well, there's no driver change or anything like that, and it was whether it was a stop-go or anything. We haven't had anything from race control about any penalties for them, so as they come back onto the track now. But yeah, it's an interesting dynamic to be able to have these three classes, and now they're mixing. We're at this point in the race where they're all mixing, so you as the leader may be coming up to the back of a GT3 car, and you don't realise, because you can't see them, that there's a GTC car right in front of them, and it could end up, if you're not careful, you could end up in disaster, Alvin.
Yeah, now is the time that usually the first pass through slower traffic is, in part it's easy, and in part it's hard, because it's only one class that you have to deal with, but they're also still close to each other, battling for position, so you also have to respect those battles. But now you have all classes mixed together, so you as the lead driver have to figure out two closing speeds, and it could be hard because you really have to trust the slower traffic in front of you, that they will pick a line and stick to it, and also hope that they don't lose their car while you try to overtake them. So now is when we see the patience of the lead cars pay off.
As we've got a fantastic battle here between three of the Daytona prototypes. Pros Racing Sport in that 10th place, as they've just run a little bit wide into that corner now before we go onto the back straight. They've got GoT Racing, the 111, has made it through past them already. You've got Blackadder Motorsport there as well with them, so battle there for that 10th, 11th place, and I've just noticed on the 111, the GoT Racing car, they've got a little bit of damage on the front of that car. Maybe it's from that spin that they had a little bit earlier, as Blackadder Motorsports looking around the outside, trying to make it past that Pros Racing Sport car, but still 11th place is being held on, as looking now towards the inside. Will they have a look? No, they stay behind Blackadder Motorsports, that 166 car. staying behind, keeping that place for the time being, and you've not really got any passing places around this little bit of a twisty part. Your next chance is really into the hairpin, isn't it, Dan?
Yeah, if you're very, very brave and have cooperation, maybe going through that big bend you could, but as we've seen now, we've got also behind them the recovering Adam Kell, who pitted earlier following that incident, but the Blackadder car, if it was a shorter race, I think he may have gone down the inside there at turn one, and he's forced a mistake already. So good driving there from the Blackadder car. Brandon Greska has forced David Soranzo to make a mistake. I don't think that's the first one he's made either in this stint. I think there's one earlier on as well. So Soranzo, yeah, exactly. So it's not the best of times, and we'll have a look at that now on the replay, Paul.
Yeah, David Soranzo just going a little bit late on the brakes and just losing it. Of course, we've got the dynamic tracks here in iRacing, and as soon as you go offline, maybe not so much at this part of the race, but later on, there's all the marbles collect off the racing line, so that will affect your grip for the next sort of half a lap. But yeah, the 176 Pros racing sport car still keeping going though, so they've managed to keep it in the race, keep it out of any walls.
Also, the battle for third and fourth. It looks like Hawk Sim Racing and this lap a little bit faster than the Friction Racing car in front of them. It was a 156.9 for Hawk, and the car in front was a 158.7. So definitely, that's nearly 2 seconds they've caught there on the car in front of them. So the battle for the final place on the podium between Friction and Hawk starting to heat up a little bit, but I imagine it's traffic, and we'll see that through the race, gaps ebbing and flowing due to where cars catch that traffic.
Also for P8 overall, the 4X Racing, they're still battling away with the Blue Flag Racing Proto, and also the FRT Hawkers. That's 3 cars together battling it over for 7th place, and they're stuck behind a bit of GT3 traffic, and this could give 4X Racing an opportunity down into the hairpin as they're going now through Big Bend. There's 3 of them together. They're trying to make it past these GT3s. Will they make it past the second one before the hairpin? I don't think they will, so they'll have to just cut in behind, and well, that GT3 car just getting out of the way there, but that's affected the FRT car because they've had to just drop back a little bit, and that allows GoT Sim Racing to close up to them as well. So real close battle in between these Daytona prototypes a little bit further down in 7th, 8th and 9th.
Yeah, great battle at the bottom end of the top 10. As I said before, 4X Racing made a really good start. Started 13th, now up into 8th place. You've got Johan van der Berg in that car, and also we have Liam Quinn, who'll be stepping into that one later as well. So 4X currently in P8, but they've got a chance to get 7th. He's going to try to go around the outside of that GT3 car, and that was a bit brave, but he's made it work.
I don't think the GT3 car saw them to start with, so but managing to get through, a good cooperation between the classes, and well, they're just getting caught up behind that GTC car there, the 4X Racing, the 117, but now onto the straight, able to get past, and well, they're just going to have to make up a bit of the time that they've lost there, because they must have lost about a half second, maybe a second, on the Blue Flag Racing car.
Yeah, I've got a couple more warnings that come through as well from Race Control. We have the number 222 car, which is Euphoria Racing White Racing and GT3. They've got a warning for moving over in the brake zone, lap 14, turn 7. And also, we have a dive bombing warning, our first one of the race, for number 178, and that is the car Huskenveld Engineering. So Huskenveld have a warning there for dive bombing. That's lap 14, turn 16. So the first one of our leaders to pick up a strike with the officials.
Yeah, and that could be crucial. You know, as the race goes on, you don't want to be picking up too many warnings, because you could end up with a penalty that possibly costs you a race win or even a podium.
Yeah, exactly. Especially the race so long, 4 hours. We've only now just over half an hour, and that Huskenveld car a little bit of a wheel on the grass there. So definitely pushing, and the gap between himself and Friction Racing has pulled out a little bit there as well. So as you said, that gap is sort of ebbing and flowing. Then behind, there's a battle for 5th place. We did have a battle between Darren Seal in the Legends Racing car and Francisco Gonzalez, but Seal seems to have pulled away a little bit on that lap now, so that gap has gone down. And also, we got that P7 P8 battle still quite close, although there's a GT car between them at the moment, and that's the Blue Flag Proto 4X Racing that we saw earlier.
Yeah, those cars just getting caught up in traffic as Core Sim Racing have actually are pretty close to the FRT Hawkers car as well, so they're coming back into it after that earlier spin. They're trying to make progress through the field, but as we say, it's pretty tough here with so much traffic to negotiate it. Even though it is quite a long track as this, it's 3.7 miles, but it's quite a tight track through the majority of it. It's only, say, where the runways are that you get a bit of width to be able to work, but yeah, still having to fight their way through these back markers, and Core Sim Racing not giving up in that 111 car.
It's also a very busy track as well. We've currently got 40 cars circulating. We've got the 41, in fact, the Apex are back out now, the Adam Kell car, and well, they're going 3 wide in front of Adam Kell. That's extraordinary. They're all going to make it 3, but that's the sort of racing we're having. But speaking of racing, that Baguette racing car in the GTC class is romping away from the rest of the field. A massive gap back to the Core Sim Racing car. So Evan Malick put in an absolutely fantastic stint there in that eBay Baguette racing car, and that's in the GTC leading car. Yeah,
they've almost got a 20-second gap over the Core Sim Racing GTC car, and we've only had just under 40 minutes. So that's a really impressive. That's half a second a minute. Is that they're pulling out there? My rubbish math tells me. Just having a look through the GT3s as the GTC's cars, I'm just having a look for any battles in there. We've got the Talk Freak Racing car and the DRS car. They're pretty close together. There's only half a second between those two. That's the 381 and the 389 cars. So they're battling away for position in GTC class. That's for 5th place in class, as they've got one of the GT3 BMWs coming up behind them. That's the Mad Cape Racing team. But yeah, these two battling away, well, like I say, over that 5th place in class for the GTCs.
Yeah, not so many GTC as the other class, but there's still some battling on, and that is, we see some cones scattering as they go onto that back straight. I think that's going to be a common theme, these cones going like Skittles. But the GTC battle, as we see DRS Racing go at that Mad Cape one through on the outside here, just so he doesn't want to try and lose as little time as possible to the car he's battling, which is the Talk Freak Racing car. And the Talk Freak Racing car is going to get at the BMW is going to go down on the inside, but as a result, it's going to take a wider line, which is going to go back into the hands of DRS Racing.
Yeah, it's you can take a varied amount of lines through that first turn because it is so wide. So you can either take it tight or you can run out wide and get the better exit. So it's quite a good corner as that first one for encouraging overtaking, but they're able to keep going through, and it's now only 0.3 of a second between DRS Racing and Talk Freak Racing as well for this 4th place in class, I should say. It's not 5th place, it's 4th place, and into the hairpin they still keep it together. And look at the gaggle of cars that are closing up on these two as well. These are the prototypes and GT3 cars catching up to them, so they've got a bit of traffic that's heading their way, and they're in a hurry.
Yeah, there's almost a little bit of an incident there between the Blackadder Motorsport 267 and the FRT Hawkers car, Danny Parfo, and the hairpin, but luckily they managed to escape any contact there, going side by side into the hairpin. And that was that battle we were looking at earlier between we got the blue, it's like the blue, we got the we got the 4X Racing, we got Blue Flag, 4X Racing, and then we got the FRT Hawkers and the Core Sim Racing all in a pretty close proximity to each other. So that's another battle which we were looking at earlier, which is still raging on.
Absolutely, it's
it's a spinner. Yes, that's a spinner, and that's like the Hawkers car there. He's in the middle of the track as well. That is the that is the 3. That is the car of Danny Parafo, 140. So we just said a minute ago that he was close to a contact with a GT3, and it seems as though he's had a little bit of a moment there. Let's have a look and see. I don't think there was contact with another car. He was behind one of the GT3 BMWs, and it just seems he lost it under the brakes. Yeah, so Danny Parafo was lucky not to be collected there as he rolled back across the track initially. Everyone did well to avoid him, but that's going to cost him a lot of time in that DP class.
Yeah, absolutely. That's dropped them back quite a bit now. I'm just waiting for our timing screen just to cycle through. So they're now, they're down to 12th overall. So they've lost ground on the Pros Racing Sport Car, the Blackadder Motorsport, the Core Sim Racing, and 4X. As 4X are still battling away, Core Sim Racing have closed up to that 4X racing car, and we saw that Core were trying to pull away earlier on in that race, and now having to battle their way through it. They do have the pace in that car to be able to challenge cars in front of them.
Yeah, it's a good little battle when Johan van der Belde would definitely start to feel the pressure from Fredrik Rasmussen, but 4X aren't a million miles away from that 7th place Blue Flag racing car, being currently driven by Jukka Savati. So even though we've lost one car from that battle, there's still a lot more than raging on in that one.
As the 117, the 4X Racing now, they have Core Sim Racing right behind them. They're getting held up by the GT3 class car there, trying to make their way through. They're going to have to go around the outside of these two. Will Core follow them through? I think no, they're giving them the space. So that back marker just gives 4X Racing a little bit of a break there, Alvin.
Yes, now it's one of those times that we are pretty deep into the first stint, and now we start seeing how the cars behave after a couple more laps, and we also have to take into consideration that how the cars have been behaving throughout the whole stint, and also think about the different driving aids that each car has, as it also helps with how you manage your whole stint. As we all know that the prototype class, they do have traction control, but they don't have ABS. So now we're starting to see the tire wear play a factor into this, while the GT3 class, they pretty much have all types of driving aids that they can push the car to the limit and not have any problems with tire wear.
As we've got a battle for 5th place overall as well. Legends Racing and FRT Hawker, the 109 and the 142 car, they're pretty close together as they've come out of the hairpin now, and well, they've got a pretty clear track ahead of them, Dan, and that's going to help them just be able to concentrate on each other and be able to battle away.
That gap's closed up a lot, because I mentioned it a few laps ago, and they're still 2-3 seconds apart, and the driver Francisco Gonzalez and the FRT Hawker car is definitely closing up to Darren Seal in the Legends Racing car, and that's to say for 5th overall. So they're still fighting for quite a high position, and as you say, the clear track will help them both, because they won't have to worry about things which are going on in front of them going through traffic, and it also means they're able to pull a gap out to the cars behind them as well, although the cars behind are quite a way back. But that's that big battle we got for P7, P8 and all 4X Racing there. Nearly went down the inside of the BMW of Fabian de Jong for NAB, but thought better of it. And I think that's probably the best decision there, but that's going to cost them, because we've got the car behind them, and that is the
Core Sim Racing
car.
car.
Core Sim Racing. Fredrik Rasmussen, he's right in he's going to be getting the slipstream massively coming down the straight. And as they come down into Sunset, I think we could see a change for that 8th position. Rasmussen, as you say, has that little bit of damage, but doesn't seem to be affecting him too badly. There's also
he's got down the inside. He's got it. The 4X Racing, have they just allowed them to go past, given them the space to be able to just be able to carry on as the which one's that? That's the Avid car, just getting a bit close there, but everyone avoiding each other. So yes, Core Sim Racing, the 111 car now up into 8th place, and they've not got that far to go to the 7th place Blue Flag Racing car, and as we said, they've certainly got the pace in that car.
It looks like Rasmussen's catching up quite quickly already to Savati, but that was a move which Rasmussen had been planning for a few laps. I think now just picking his opportunity. The 4X car was going to make a move down inside of BMW, was hesitant. I think that's what has actually cost him that position in the end, a bit of hesitancy, but then looking at it on the other side, a bit of hesitancy and losing one position is better than having a moment and losing a lot more positions. So 4X currently down to 9th, but Rasmussen is definitely catching up on the car in front of him at a rapid rate of knots.
And this battle for 5th overall as well, this is very intense still. There's only about 0.2 of a second between them. You can see the gap on your screen in front of you. That is how close the racing is between these two. They've had a clear track for the last couple of laps, and they're able to just go at it and try and battle each other. And it's a case of the FRT Hawker car is just lining them up. They're just biding the time, making sure that when they do that move that they get to keep that place.
Yeah, the Legends Racing car there goes a little bit defensively, but as you see there, the Hawkers car will get the slipstream, but I don't think at the moment he's not making any, well, I say, rash moves at the moment. He's not really I don't think he's shown a nose yet to Darren Seal in the Legends Racing car. I think he's quite content at this early stage in the race to stick behind him if he's running a reasonable pace. We still have about 3¼ hours left of this race to go. There's plenty of time to make that move, but you might hear me saying that I think he needs to make it now.
Absolutely. Well, you'd think if he's got the pace over the car in front that he'd want to get ahead and just try and build a gap, and so when it comes to the pit stops that they're able to have that place come the end of the pit stops, because that 109 Legends Racing car might be a little, they might have brimmed it, whereas the FRT Hawk car may be either a little bit lighter or maybe using a little bit more fuel. So a pit strategy, as we said earlier, it can play a massive part in this race, and this is where this FRT Hawk car seems to be faster. It's through the twistier stuff. They're able to keep behind you, even though these cars do depend on the aerodynamics quite a bit. That FRT Hawk car is able to keep right behind the Legends Racing car and to keep in that slipstream. Can they make a move? Well, we'll have to wait and see.
The gap at the front is extended. NKH have got a 6-second lead now over Huskenveld, so that's slowly dragging out, and the Friction Racing car is closer now to Huskenveld than Huskenveld is to NKH. That gap was just under 3 seconds at the line, so when they come across to complete the next lap, it'll be interesting to see if that one's come down a little bit. There is a GTC car between them, but it looks like for the top three at least, the lead battle now 5.1 seconds, so NKH had a bit of a slow lap there. I saw them going through traffic. That was a 1:58.0, whilst the Huskenveld car 57.2 and Friction Racing a 56.5. So Friction Racing currently the fastest of the three leaders.
Yeah, you know how I said that the FRT car was faster through the tight and twisty stuff? Yeah, they just lost out about half a second in that lap through the twisty section. So what shows what I know about racing, but it's still 0.6 of a second between those two for 5th place overall. But yeah, that's interesting. Friction Racing slowly making the way towards Heusinkveld, as again the 178 car being held up, just catching traffic at the wrong time. It just seems to be that Heusinkveld engineering car seems to be catching traffic at the most inopportune times possible.
Yeah, at the moment I think it's got a very long race. It could even itself out. The GT3 battle, course Sim Racing are not too far in front of the NAB Racing car, but so the battle between first and second in that class.
The 241. The 241 is having a look around the outside. That's the Racing Lions car looking around the outside of High Octane Mud Spot into the final corner. That's for P4 in GT3, and right behind them you've got, again, it's a 4-car battle. Blackadder Motorsports are in there with the 267 and the Hawk Sim Racing 223 car in the back of that pack. Will they can just sit back and just watch each other, those cars in front, just battle away, as well as we've got a spinner, and it's a 140 car, the FRT Hawkers.
Not their first rotation either. We saw the one earlier on, and it looks like they've now had a second spin. And that GT3 battle we're talking about, that's the one which had about 8 or 9 cars at the beginning. It seems to have split off now into 2 groups, but High Octane Motorsport are doing very well. They've been under pressure since the green flag. I
could tell you now that the 140 has got a very slight bit of damage on the front of that car, as we have the leader, the 191 NKH car, into the pits, and all the Daytonas are coming in. So and we've got a driver change as well, I believe. Hayden Burns now jumping into that 191 car as well. I didn't expect these prototypes to pit so early, but the FRT Hawker car has actually stayed out, so they now take over the overall lead of this race.
FRT going a little bit longer, and there's no change for the team Huskenveld, so they're going to take the lead out of that little group. It's Christian Kewitt staying in that car. Dean Prescott also staying in the Friction car, so the NKH car is the only one there who's actually made a driver change, and they come out, I think, just behind Huskenveld. So it's now Huskenveld ahead of NKH, ahead of Friction, but obviously that's not the top 3 in the race, with them not making, some of the cars in front have not made a pit stop, and I think the first car which didn't make a pit stop was the FRT Hawker car.
Well, I can tell you that the 2 cars in front of the Heusing team, they're second and third overall at the moment. Core Sim Racing have caught right up to that blue flag racing car as they run wide. The 155 car runs wide at the hairpin, not the first prototype to lose it at the just outbreak themselves at the hairpin. And now we've got Core Sim Racing. They're under pressure from the Heusing car. The Heusing car, you would have thought they'd have taken on tyres at that pit stop, and so they'll have the fresher rubber. So maybe they can just make, either do they hold behind and wait for the core to pit, or do they go for it now?
I think that if they can get them on the straight, that's what they'll do. But the Core Racing car there has gone past the blue flag car, because Rasmussen was actually behind Savati last time we checked in with them, but they've obviously made that move, and now I think the Team Huskenveld car is going to possibly, I think he will make that move on the back straight. If he has taken tyres, he's going to have a lot more grip. Yeah, he seems to have a lot more grip there coming out of the corner, and I think this will be the opportunity he takes.
So do Huskenveld make the move on the inside of Core Sim Racing? You would have thought that Core would have been making a pit stop shortly, as no, they just decide to stay behind, maybe look round the outside and get the cut back, but Core positioning the car on the inside, they're going to head to pit road. So Heusinkveld now effectively, I would say that they're in the lead, because FRT Hawker are in the pit. So yes, the 178 car of Heusinkveld Engineering, they're into the lead, and I can tell you that they actually had a pit stop that was about 5 seconds faster than the 191 car, the NKH racing car. And
NKH just been overtaken by Dean Prescott in the Friction Racing car. We said that, a little bit of a lunge there by NKH, got sort on the brakes at Hayden and Burns there, but Dean Prescott got past there going into turn 1. So Friction Racing, we said that they were making a bit of an impression towards the end of that stint. They've taken second overall, and they're the closest to the leaders that they've been in this entire race.
Absolutely, just 2.6 seconds between Heusinkveld and the Friction Racing Dean Prescott. And well, he runs over the grass a little bit on the exit of that hairpin. It's easily done there, and it doesn't lose you too much time, but yeah, absolutely, second place for Friction Racing, and they're really putting on a good showing with Dean Prescott, really pushing forward through the field there, Dan.
Yeah, Friction Racing, they did start the race in second place on the grid, so Friction Racing had actually lost out a little bit in that opening stint, but pulling it back, as we can see, they're up to second place now on the road, past the NKH. So NKH, there's a bit of a gap back though to the Nets car, so I think really the top 3 have started to pull away from the rest of the field, well, what will be the top 3 when they cross the line. But Huskenveld have got the lead, and NKH have gone from leading before the pit stops now to be down third place.
Absolutely, so your top 3 overall at the moment after those pit stops. You've got the 178 car of Team Heusinkveld Engineering. In second place, it's the 199 car of Friction Racing. In third, the 191 of NKH Racing, with Hayden Burns now at the wheel. And in fourth place, you've got the 124 car, the Hawk Sim Racing car. We haven't really talked much about the Hawk car, but they're doing well in fourth place. They've changed driver by the looks of things. Torsten Kuiper's in that car, and steady away. They're on their own at the moment and keeping out of trouble there, Alvin.
Yeah, they seems like even though they started in 8th position, they've been doing a steady race, and now they're in 4th position, just 16 seconds behind the leader. So we could expect to see them eventually fighting for the lead as things have been going so far, with so many lead changes in the front with pit stops and all the stuff. Yeah, we expect to see them battling for the overall win at the end of the race.
As just having a look here, and something happened with Neil Middleton. He's dropped down the order a little bit in the 116, but we've also got a battle in the GT3 cars, the 220 car. It's high octane again, still at it with Hawk Sim Racing and Blackadder Motorsport. They're all together. There's just about a second between those cars now as they go across the line. and it's again, they're still going at it. These cars, the GT3 cars, as they're going down the inside there, that's the... it'd be good if I was on the live screen, but down the inside into the hairpin, just running in close with that core sim racing car. And, well, the Blackadder Motorsports car still keeping in that position. 21st overall for Blackadder Motorsports.
Also, that core sim racing car being driven by a well-known YouTube personality, Juha Pekalami, who's probably known for Grip TV. He's also done a few races recently in the British Sim Racers touring cars, very quick in those as well. So, Juha Pekalami and out on that core sim racing P car, taking over the 8th place car.
Absolutely, as we've got the first of the GTC cars pitting as well. We've got, let's see who we've got on we've got the 3111 car just coming out, that's the core sim racing, as well as Torque Freak and ABL have just come into the pits. And who was that hitting the pit wall in the pits? It was the Orange Devils, just as they came into the pit box. The 387 car, they just seemed to clip the pit wall as well, so maybe just a little bit of a buff it out job for the pit crew there. But Baguette Racing really just showing their class so far. I can tell you that actually the 333 car, the Spirit of Le Mans car in the GTCs, they're actually in the lead of that class, but they have yet to pit. So there's a couple of the cars, Scott McGarvey and the SRM Motorsports GTC car, they haven't pitted either, the 364. And neither is Richard Simpson as well in the 357. They haven't pitted yet, so that's currently up in 4th place in class, is that 357 car. But Baguette Racing, the fact that they are so close to the 333 car is just a testament to how far ahead they got in the class. As we say, the 333 Spirit of Le Mans car comes into the pits for their first pit stop.
Yeah, Jonathan Buttel coming into the pits. He was well known on iRacing. He's one of the guys who helped secure the Le Mans license. Jonathan Buttel, very keen Le Mans fanatic. So he's going to get out of the car, and then it's going to come Jan-Paul Nihui. He's another driver who you've seen usually in GT3 machinery, but he's going to go in the GTC. And there's also a change of driver for Baguette Racing when they came in. Yassine Babert taking over from Evan Maillard.
So as the cars are coming into the pits, the first pit cycle, SRM Motorsports, Scott McGarvey's still staying out though, so they have yet to pit, so they're moving into 2nd place in class, and we've yet to have the GT3s come into the pits yet. They can run a little bit longer on their fuel.
Yeah, Core Sim Racing currently leading that class. We've got NAB in 2nd, not far behind them, so that's still a battle which is pretty close. And then you've got Mad Cape Racing in 3rd, and that Racing Lions car we spoke about earlier is in 4th place. High Octane Motorsport, and he's got a bit of a gap now between himself and the Blackadder car. There's a prototype between them, and that High Octane car has been the leader of the train, shall we say, for the majority of the stint. And the race now just coming up to the hour mark. As soon as the Huskenveld car crosses the line, we'll see it. We'll go over the 1 hour mark, and we'll be at the quarter distance in this Sebring 4 hours.
Absolutely, we've still got a quarter of this race. Quarter of the race to go. We've got 3/4 of the race to go. If I'm saying that now, what am I going to be like at the end of this race? I don't know. But yeah, absolutely. So the 111 car. Oh, I think there was a little bit of contact there with the 111 car down at the hairpin. I'll just have a look at that again. Just on they went down the inside. It was very light going down the inside of one of the 381 C-Spec car, the GTC car of, who's that? The 381. That is the Torque Freak racing car. So just a tiny little bit of contact there into the hairpin, but Core managing to get ahead now.
And what class is that we were looking at, Paul?
That was the 211, the GT3 car.
211, yeah.
Yeah, the Core Sim Racing car just made a little rub with the 381 Torque Freak racing car down at the hairpin after Big Bend, but Both cars still running, so that's okay. As let's have a look at what else is there. What battles have we got on track at the moment? Well, at the moment, the leader of the race, the Hoisingveld Engineering car, they've got a 4.4 second lead over Friction Racing in second place with Dean Prescott at the wheel. Dean doing a fantastic job, but just not quite at the pace of Hoisingveld in that last lap. NKH have just fallen back a little bit this stint in third place overall. They dropped about 2 seconds that last lap, so maybe traffic getting involved with them. In fourth place overall, the 124 car of Hawk Sim Racing. They are still going around just keeping steady away, and we've got a battle. That's the Torque Freak Racing car, the 381, and the Spirit Le Mans car, the 333 car, both battling away into that second corner, and it's a bit tight and twisty through there. You can't really make a move, but the Spirit Le Mans car maybe can make a move through big bend into the hairpin.
Yeah, Jan-Paul Nihui not long into the car, going to try and make his presence very well known to Sasha Lamp in that Torque Freak Racing car. Is going to look down the inside is Jean-Paul Nihui, and he makes some mistake. I think we've got some pit activity going on in GT3.
Yeah, absolutely. So Claudio Klima in the Sim Racing car, in the GT3 cars, they are in the pits now. We do still have some of them still staying out, so able to stay out longer is Racing Lions. They're able to go longer on their stint, along with the Blackadder Motorsports car, and also the which car is that? The 223 car as well, the Hawk Sim Racing car. Them two are actually battling for position, Hawk Sim Racing and Blackadder Motorsports. So close battle currently for second in class, but of course they'll have to pit. The front three in that class having to pit yet. But Sim Racing now back out of the pits, just getting out of the way of that Daytona prototype of the Adam Kell in the Apex Racing team. But yeah, Claudio Klima currently fourth in class, but with those three at the front, the 241 car, Racing Lions of Frank van Brandvik, that's what I'm going with. I do apologise, Frank. They are currently in the lead, but you would have thought they'd have to hit this lap.
We have a look to see what's happening there with the Racing Lions car. Frank van Brandvik just coming down the Ullman Straight now, be going into Sunset Bend, and if they can get an extra lap on each of their stints, that means that at the end of the race it could be rather interesting if it's a difference between pitting and not pitting. But it's coming down to the pit lane now, so Racing Lions into the pits, and there was 2 cars behind going to come in as well, yet the Blackadder car and Hawk Sim Racing. So 3 cars now from GT3 in the pits.
Absolutely. So the Sim Racing, you would have thought, would take that lead back, although they've still got quite a bit of the track to go. Of Sim Racing with Claudio Klima. He stayed at the wheel at the moment in that 211 car, as he comes now down towards that back straight section, and he should take the lead back in that GT3 class, as Racing Lions just there in the pits. They've kept the same driver in. Blackadder though, John M. King getting into that car, and Hawk with Mario Reich at the wheel now, so they're choosing to change drivers. As now into the final corner comes Claudio Klima in the core car. Can he come out in the lead? That Racing Lions car still in the pits, so you would think that the 211 of Sim Racing will take that GT3 lead back.
Yeah, I also noticed that Core pulled out a little bit to NAB Racing. They were a lot closer than this before the pit sequence. There wasn't much between them at all, and it seems as if Core maybe pulled out a couple of seconds there over the pit sequence.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at those timings now as our timings just update. Remember, you can check out the timings. That's timing.racespot.tv. You can check out live timings for this event throughout this race. You can keep an eye on pit stop times and things like that. The Sim Racing car, I can tell you, did a pit stop about 0.6 of a second faster than the second place NAB Racing car, so a faster pit stop, and also just pulling out the gap, it's now 6.1 seconds between them and NAB Racing for the lead of the GT3 class, Alvin.
Yeah, now that pretty much the pit cycle for every class is done, now we can see the different strategies that each team is getting. The most interesting pit strategy, I'll say is in the GT3 class, because the BMW C4s have so many adjustments in terms of fuel consumption that it's a it's a good thing to see how each team manage their fuel consumption, either by they can either lift off the throttle earlier, or they can just adjust the fuel mixture in the car, and that may give you a lap or two more over the competition. But you also have to take into consideration the less fuel you use, the slower you go. So it's kind of like a cat and mouse game into determining how much fuel you want to use or conserve.
Absolutely, the 288 car Torrent Motorsports in what position is that? 23rd overall. They're battling away with the Blue Flag Racing 255 car in the GT3 class, and we have got a warning for the 241 car. That's the Racing Lions car, for just talking over the public communication system. So actually, race control not having too much to do so far, Dan.
No, I think that's something they are keen to eradicate, is the public talking, and it's just not the first time we've seen a penalty for that today, or a warning at least, shall I say. So Racing Lions are the next victims, and I think all the other teams now have to just be careful with to check what channels they're on before they press that button, because as we know, iRacing has different channels. You've got the team spectators, you've got the all teams, and they're very keen to keep the all teams one clear of any drivers going on there.
4X Racing and also Pros Racing battling for that position, 10th place overall, going into the first corner. Pros Racing going down the inside of 4X Racing, so 4X Racing just losing that position to the Pros Racing team, and that's a good clean move down the start finish straight into that first corner. Liam Quinn in the 4X Racing car just having to concede position, but Pros Racing Sports, they now are up into 10th place overall.
Yeah, two driver changes there. Got Jason Marshall in for Pros Racing Sport, and the next car isn't too far up the road for them. They got there's a Mad Cape GT3 and then the Yuka Savati. So Savati going to do a second stint in that Blue Flag Racing car. It'll be interesting to see if that Pros Racing Sport car is going to be a little bit quicker than the previous driver, and see if that can make a bit more of an impression on getting into the top 10. Well, it's already in the top 10, shall I say, further into the top 10.
Absolutely. So yeah, these two are actually the last of the cars on the lead lap at the moment. FRT Hawkers just haven't gone down a lap now on the leaders. So the top 10 still on the lead lap. That's not bad after an hour and 10 minutes. So what we're going to do now is just take a moment to step away from the action, but we'll be right back here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live for more of the 4 hours of Sebring.
iRacing.com is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all over the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics and engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. iRacing's web-based interface allows members to compare stats and test drive any combination of car and track instantly. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 60,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsport organizations like SRO Motorsports Group to deliver virtual races based on the real-life Blancpain GT series. iRacing's Blancpain Endurance Series features team racing, giving members the ability to build a team and participate in races ranging from 3 hours to 24 hours. Additional partners include NASCAR, IMSA, V8 Supercars, IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own 24 hours of Spa, Bathurst 1000, Daytona 500, and many more. iRacing.com, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car.
And welcome back to the Gathering of Tweakers Season 2 first round race here, the 4 hours of Sebring. And we've had an incident for the Torrent Motorsports 288 car, and Dan, just explain what happened there.
Yeah, it looked like the car of Simon Mallow actually was racing with the car in front of him, and it just seems as if something went a little bit wrong there for him. He sped off to the left hard into the barrier, and that's going to cost him a lot of time in repairs, I fear.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're in the pits at the moment, are the Torrent Motorsports car, and unfortunate luck for them because, as you say, they were battling away for position and just losing control through that long left-hander, and well, it's going to cost them quite a bit of time in pit repairs, isn't it?
Yeah, it was Ralph Cullinan in the Blue Flag Racing GT that they were fighting with, and it just seemed as if the that car, Simon Mellerish, a 288, the Torrent Motorsports car, just seemed to, I don't know if it was too close, panicked or something, but that car just, it panicked, it twitched, and it went straight left into the wall very hard, and Simon Mellerish, I think he's going to be out of this race, and that's not good for them.
Absolutely, so it does look like that they've actually retired from this race by the looks of things, so that's an unfortunate end to their race, just an hour and a quarter into this 4-hour race. As I say, it's the Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series. It's 4 hours of Sebring here live on Race Spot and on iRacing Live, and we currently have a battle in GTC class. It's the 311 Core Sim Racing car, and that is Dominic Enkel, and the Spirit of Le Mans car, the Jean-Paul Neilhouse car, the 333 car, battling over second place in GTC, Alvin.
Yeah, that's has been a good battle so far in between those two. However, the leading GTC car has been pretty much running away from this race since the beginning of since the drop of the green flag, with Evan Mallarda and Yacine Bever, two great rough C-spec drivers, and in that 356 car, and David just showing the rest of the field how it's done.
Absolutely, it's the NKH racing car, the third place overall car, just lapping those two drivers, so just splitting up that battle a little bit. I can tell you in the GTC class that the Baguette Racing 356 car has a 49.6 second lead at the moment, so that's a heck of a lead so far, as Legends Racing now are up into fourth place ahead of the Hawk Sim Racing car. So Hawk just losing the place while we were just on commercial. So yes, we've got one of the prototypes into the pits actually. Who's that? That's Adam Kell from Apex Racing. So having to pit for them, of course, they had an incident, didn't they, earlier on, Dan?
They're out of sequence, so maybe that is their mandatory pit stop. But as we can see, the Legends Racing car up to P4, and also NKH, they've dropped off a little bit in the second stint, and there's only actually a 5-second gap between NKH in third and Legends Racing in fourth. So the next couple of laps, I think we can see Darren Seal and the battle between himself and Hayden Burns, maybe, because Burns, no disrespect, seems a little bit slower than the opening driver in that car.
Absolutely, his last lap was a 1:59.289, whereas Legends Racing last lap was a 1:56.852. So Legends Racing getting the boot down, only let's have a look, 6.4 seconds between them. So that gap is closing up a little bit during this race, as once again in the battle for second place in GTC, we've got the Core Sim Racing 311 car in second place, but having to withstand immense pressure from the 333 Spirit of Le Mans car. Dan.
Yeah, Jan Portnick, we saw him go past the Talk Freak Racing car. He's obviously got some pace in this rough C-Spec to now challenge Dominic Engel for second place. If we can get past Engel, it will be quite interesting to see if he's able to pull out a little bit back on those Baguette Racing boys, who at the moment will think everything's all nice and rosy. A 50-second lead, but should the car of Nihui get past Engel, it might give them a little bit of a reason to not drop off their pace. But as we see, they're coming now onto the Tracy Ullman straight. Engel in second place, and John Huniwi not quite close enough, I think, to make a move.
Yeah, just keeping that slipstream. Just has a look to the right there, just to remind Core Sim Racing that, yep, I'm still here. I'm having a look, but into this final corner. It is a tricky corner because you are braking around the start of that corner, so it's so easy to lose the back end of that, Alvin.
Yeah, usually being in a battle kind of amps you up and kind of makes you do things a little bit earlier, or trying to, get on the throttle earlier, brake earlier, turn in earlier, trying to surprise the car in front or in the back. But also when that happens, you may get caught up in a situation that you did not practice into, and that's when mistakes happen. But it's always a good thing to see how cars can battle and keep their composure as well.
Oh, and this is it now. He's going to have a look down the inside as the Spirit of Le Mans car down into that hairpin. It's a good overtaking spot there, and has made it through. And the Core Sim Racing car, will they get the better exit out of the hairpin though? No, not quite really. They've just dropped back a little bit. So good move there into second place in the GTC class for the Spirit of Le Mans car. And now, as you say, Dan, it'll be interesting to see if they're able to catch up that gap now to the Baguette Racing a little bit.
Also in GT3, but I changed to second place. Mad Cape Racing have gone ahead of NAB Racing, so the car of the number 272, Frederick Alstorm, past Simon Sinstra, and Joachim Svensson not too far behind NAB as well. So we're having some changes in all the classes at the moment. Mad Cape Racing now up to second place, and Claudio Klima pulling out a little bit of a gap now in our GT3 class, but now we've seen Almstrom go past into second place. Will he be able to catch up to the leader? So in our two GT classes we could see gaps maybe closing up for the lead, but it'll be interesting to see those two gaps and if they come down at all.
As there's a battle for fourth place in GT3 as well. High Octane Motorsports, the 220 car, they're up behind the GTC car of SRM Motorsports, having to go around the outside, getting on the marbles a little bit. but able to make it stick. But Racing Lions they were pretty close to them. In fact, they still are. They're half a second between these two. So this is a battle for 4th place in GT3 as they come down towards the back straight, the Almond Straight, and well, the Racing Lions car just not quite close enough to be able to make a move, but that'll be one to keep an eye on because they are pretty close together as it's just 0.4 of a second, and well, High Octane feeling the need to try and break that toe, but Racing Lions able to close right up there. Under braking, they're not going to make a move, but will they line themselves up for a move into the first corner, Dan?
Yeah, we'll have a look and see what happens at Racing Lions car. That is Frank Van Brandrick and Jochen Svensson moving over to the pit wall side on the right hand side. Racing Lions, a little bit of a stick in the nose on the left hand side, as you say before, just to let him know he's there, although I think you'll see him in that rear view mirror looming ever closer. And the Mad Cave, as we say, the High Octane Racing are 4th, NAB Racing were 2nd, and they could, like we saw earlier with the NKH car, they could lose a couple of positions in a short space of time.
And I could tell you that overall in the race for the lead, there's now only 1.9 seconds between Christian Kvyat and Dean Prescott. So Dean Prescott making progress on the lead as the Team Huizinga Engineering car in the lead, as we say, with the 178 with the Friction Racing 199 in 2nd place. So Dean Prescott doing a good job there. Hayden Burns in 3rd, and well, the gap now between 3rd and 4th overall is now just down to 3 seconds. So Legends Racing still closing that gap on NKH Racing. So some interesting battles developing now through this early to mid part of the race.
Certainly, Paul, and also the gap between 3rd and 5th is less than 10 seconds as well. Hawk Sim Racing, along with Legends, catching up with that NKH car, and NKH Racing, they started the day in the lead. The second stint, they are dropping back a little bit, but I think they'll have, later on in the race, we will see the driver of Nicholas Helm go back in, and Helm's pace was very good earlier. Hayden Burns doing a good job, although he's a little bit slower. He's being sensible, he's keeping the car on track, and he's going to be giving Helm a fighting chance to maybe pull back some of that time lost when he comes in to change for that last driver change.
And we've still got the battle for 4th in GT3 going on.
Speaking of Burns, he spun. He's had a little half moment, and that's going to probably cost him the position to Darren Seal. Darren Seal, though, not quite able to take it, but Hayden Burns there, losing it under braking, and he's gone a little bit wide, he didn't have a full spin, but it's definitely cost him a lot of time to that Legends car and also the Hawk Sim Racing car just behind it, so I think we'll be seeing that on replay pretty shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. As well, it's getting a bit close between those two now. 0.4 of a second as they're behind GT3 traffic, and now Legends Racing having a look down the inside here, going onto the back straight, but not going to make it through. So NKH Racing now onto that back straight. Can Legends Racing, Darren Seal, get the better run out of there? They've both got the toe from the GT3 car. They're going to have to make their way through traffic because there's also a GTC car in front of them as well. Can they make it into the final corner without any dramas? The answer is yes, as the 357 gets out of the way of all those cars. So good work from the Blue Line Motorsports car, and the leader also has
had a moment.
Huizinga have had a big moment because they're now in 2nd place. Dean Prescott has taken the lead. It's all happening.
Yeah, what happened was he's gone a little bit wide. He's clipped with this just coming into just put the Corvette bridge and Big Bend. Seems that Christian Kvyat's gone a little bit wide on the exit of the corner. The car's run out there, he's clipped the dirt, not lost too much time, but when the Friction Racing car is just 7/10 behind you, that little moment is enough to drop you from 1st to 2nd place. And Dean Prescott having a fantastic drive in that Friction Racing car, one of the standout drivers for me so far in this stint, and he's put that Friction Racing car into the lead.
And absolutely, so it's now just a 1.5 second lead for Dean Prescott, but he'll be hoping to make that pressure count and be able to get onto it and put in fast lap times. Meanwhile, NKH are still battling away for that 3rd place ahead of Legends Racing. We've also got a battle in the GT3s. It's all happening now, Dan, and that's the High Octane Motorsports, the Racing Lions. They're still battling along with the 208 NAB Racing. They're all battling for position, and it looks like the Racing Lions car has got ahead of NAB.
Not quite. He's got ahead of NAB, but almost made it past the High Octane car as well. So Racing Lions Got to make NAB have lost 2 positions, I think, on that lap. So, in fact, they've lost 2 positions there. So, High Octane and Racing Lions have gone past. And that Racing Lions car, Frank Van Bujic, putting a lot of pressure onto Joachim Svensson in that 122 High Octane car. And they're battling for the final place on the podium, the 3rd place in GT3.
And the leaders are coming through this battle as well, so they're getting held up, so Friction Racing not able to pull away quite as much as they want as well. But the whole Team Horsey just had a little bit of a moment just coming out of that left-hander there before Big Bend. But yeah, these guys are having to they're battling for position, but these GT3 cars are battling for position as well.
That's the great thing about endurance racing, Paul, is that everyone's racing their own race. So the leaders may approach them, but they got to remember these guys are racing just as hard as they are, so they're not entitled to move straight out the way. And it's just the beauty of endurance racing, that there's races going on within races and they interlope each other occasionally.
Absolutely, as we've got a battle for 3rd place overall as well between 3 cars now. So you've got NKH Racing in that 3rd place in the 191 car, Legends Racing in 4th in the 109, and Hawk Sim Racing from apparently out of nowhere is the eBay car. The GTC car almost goes into the side of the Hawk Sim Racing car. They're in 5th place, but they're battling away for 3rd place, so it's a 3-way battle for 3rd place overall.
Yeah, we said that Hawk Racing car was getting in the mix, and he's certainly well in it now. So we got the NKH car, Hawk Legends Racing and Hawk, and it's a 3-car battle, as you say, for 3rd place. And we had a bit of a quiet spell, but now it's all action aplenty here at Sebring.
Absolutely, as strategies and the first pit stops have done, that everyone's into the swing of things now. Any drivers that have jumped into the car, they should be comfortable in the car now, able to go at it now at their full pace, as Legends Racing still behind, 4.4 of a second behind that NKH Racing car. They've just pulled out a little bit of a gap over the 124 car, that's the Hawk Sim Racing car. They got held up with a bit of traffic through the twisty stuff. So now, down into the final corner, Legends Racing just having a little look, making sure that NKH know that they're there, and very, very slow that final corner. It's important to get a good exit out of there to have the run down the start finish straight, and just 0.3 of a second between them now over the line. And well, Legends having a look there, but not close enough yet to make that move down.
No, but Legends Racing, they've seen that the mistakes that NKH have made, and I think you'll know that if you can put him under enough pressure, he may be able to force a mistake from the car driver of Hayden Burns. So Darren Seal will be pushing as hard as he can. If he can't get past himself, he'll be hoping maybe to get that mistake. But that, as we say, it's now a 3-car battle with the Hawk Sim Racing car. Though the Hawk car seems to be blinking a little bit, so that's something they have to watch. As Legends Racing now, they go to the outside, so the NKH car of Hayden Burns feels he has to defend going into the hairpin. And Darren Seal seems to get a bit of a better exit there instead of NKH. And Darren Seal, we've seen him race in other series before, and a very quick driver, very consistent driver, and he's going to try and now have a look at that NKH car, I think, very shortly.
But Hayden Burns is doing a fantastic job keeping the Legends Racing car behind, because as you said, Darren Seal, as we've seen in other series as well, is a very competent, very good driver, and is able to make his way forward. As the Hawk Sim Racing car just has a moment going through that corner there, they've lost a little bit of ground again. But Hayden Burns doing a fantastic job keeping that 3rd place for the time being. But you do think, as they catch up to more traffic again, that it's a matter of time, unfortunately.
Darren Seal made a little mistake there, but it's not going to be, he's not dropped too far back. And at the moment, the NKH car, Hayden Burns, defending well, but as you say, it may just be a matter of time before the car of Darren Seal finds his way through. Also, you got Thorsten Kuipers in there as well, and so that's a 3-car battle. And now they're just closing up onto the next of the GTC runners that's in front of them. That is the car of Ruud Molders. Molders gets out of the way wisely, but as they cross the line this time, we're going to have the same order as before. It's NKH 3rd, Legends 4th, and Hawk Sim Racing in 5th. Also, FRT Hawker may be coming onto this train pretty quickly as well. 8 seconds separate Hawk Sim Racing from FRT Hawker. So if these guys battle it out, Ruben Suarez Gutierrez may find himself a factor in this as well.
This is fantastic racing. We're an hour and a half into this race now, and we had a little bit of a lull, but it's come back now, and it's close racing for that third place overall. I can tell you that for first place is only 1.1 seconds between Friction Racing and Team Heusinkveld, so they're still pretty close together. They're not Friction Racing not able to pull away as much as we maybe thought they could have done.
No, but Heusinkveld and Friction Racing have proved they're the class of this prototype field at the moment. They pulled out 40-second gap to NKH, who they're racing at the start of the stint, and really I think at the moment, unless anything happens drastically between these two leaders, they keep pulling out at this rate, it's going to be a battle between Friction Racing and Team Heusinkveld. But then as we say, we're only an hour and a half into this race, there's still 2.5 hours to go, plenty of time for that to change.
The 191 car just went a little bit wide there through the right-hander as they catch up to some GT3 traffic. There's less than a second covering, 3rd, 4th and 5th overall. And, well, you just think Hayden Burns is just trying to get a little bit desperate, trying to get past these GT3 cars, trying to make their way through this field. And, well, Hayden Burns, again, stuck up behind that GT3 car. And is this the move for Legends Racing? Darren Seal having a look, he's right in the toe now. Can he make the move down into the final corner? He's going to the outside. Can he outbrake him around the outside? The answer is no. He's going to back off.
Contact
It's a little bit
behind.
of contact. Hawk Sim Racing just getting into the GT3 car as they're coming through some GTC cars as well, and that's just allowing this field just to spread out a little bit. But third place still under battle with Legends Racing and NKH Racing still holding on to that third place.
Yeah, great racing, but it's going to be interesting to see if there's going to be any repercussions for the Hawk Sim Racing car there for hitting that blue flag GT3 car of Ralph Cullinan. And it'd be unfortunate to see this battle separated, but they did hit that GT3 car, so there may be a warning coming up. Oh,
Hayden Burns just making a light move down the inside of that GTC car as now they're able to go around the outside of Big Bend down towards the hairpin, and well, Hawk Sim Racing, they lost a little bit of time there with that incident, but now once again there is a second covering these third, 4th and 5th place cars. Fantastic racing so far. I can tell you that the battle for third place in GT3 as well, between the 220 and the 241, there's less than half a second between those two as well, so there's battles all the way down through this field. But we're going to concentrate on this one for the time being because it's between the three cars for battling for the overall podium. NKH with Hayden Burns doing, as I said, doing a fantastic job to keep Darren Seal behind. It looks like Darren Seal see that Hawk Sim Racing car right behind.
and also we have a car stopped. It's a 4X racing car of Liam Quinn.
2 cars stopped.
Yeah, they were stopping. They stopped in turn 1, so 4X Racing had a good start.
Oh.
It looks like they've come unstuck, Paul, and unfortunately we'll have to see what happens there to the 4X Racing car of Liam Quinn. So what happens is it looks like they're coming down into the first corner, and he gets caught. Oh, that's not good. Looked like a GTC car there. That's not the 4X.
357,
Yeah,
that's the Blue Line Motorsports car.
2 of the GTC cars have come together. It looks like there's one that just hit the wall and is crabbing. So, and that's caused another GTC car. Oh, it's unfortunate. 4X Racing, the innocent victims there. That's a real shame. They've been caught up in another car's incident. I think that will be a penalty for that GTC car.
Yeah, Blue Line just caught the pit wall. They were running very close to the pit wall, and it just comes out a little bit, does that pit wall towards the end, and they've caught that pit wall. That's caused the damage. They've tried to get out of the way. Very lucky from the Spirit of Le Mans car to get out of the way of that incident, but unfortunately 4X Racing collecting that car. So at the front though, we've still got NKH Racing still in that third place, doing a fantastic job to stay out the way of Darren Seal. And well, we haven't got time to have a breath here. It's fantastic racing in the Gathering the Tweakers Endurance Series here live on Racespot TV and iRacing Live. As we go now down the back straight towards the final corner, these three just together. There's 0.6 of a second between the three of them. It's absolutely neck and neck.
And they're
Well,
stacking up now as well. There's a GT3 car in front of Hayden Burns. That is a car of Marco Buin, BT Motorsports. And now the 3 cars are really stacked up together. And Hayden Burns is going to have to see if he can make around this car. If he can get around it now, I don't know
he's making the move. Legends Racing down the inside. Can they make it into the first corner? He's going down the inside as the 109 car. But Hayden Burns is keeping it round the outside, keeping his boot in. He's going to keep that third place. Fantastic.
I think you're a bit behind the action there, Paul.
I'm a bit excited there. I'm loving this race. It's too exciting.
They're coming down the Ullman Straight now, and it seems that Burns has pulled out a bit of a gap there to Legends Racing and the Hawk car behind as well, Hawk Sim Racing. So Paul getting excited. It's good to see him getting excited here, but not quite up to the onto the live footage. But Hayden Burns pulled away a little bit. You're with me now. That's always good to know. I wondered what you was getting excited about there for a second, and then I realised what was going on. But everyone's now with us. Hayden Burns has pulled out a small gap to Darren Seal. Thorsten Kuipers. And also, is that the FRT Hawker car is getting closer. It's down. The gap is now down to 5 seconds between Hawker and Hawk Racing. So we could have a fourth car to enter this little party.
This is just fantastic. I mean, the fact that Hayden Burns is keeping that third place as well, and as you say, pulled out a little bit of a gap now over the Legends Racing, who are battling away with Hawk Sim Racing now. They're coming round the GT3 cars through the Big Bend, and well, it's Blackadder Motorsport that has just gone past, and it's down into the hairpin. Hawk Sim Racing just not quite close enough to make that move yet, but they'll be certainly lining them up as Legends now that they're past that GT3 traffic, trying to make it back forward.
Yeah, they'll be trying to get onto the back of that NKH car. It looks like Darren Seal has a bit more pace than Hayden Burns, but Hayden doing a very good job in keeping the car behind. And I also noticed that the track is starting to rubber in a little bit. We see the dynamic surfaces, and there's definitely a racing line developing now around the Sebring circuit.
Absolutely, and it's going to be interesting how that takes effect over these 4 hours, because the rubber and dirt accumulates off the racing line, and it'll make it more difficult to make those moves past, not only for position but also for getting past lap traffic, as there's just a few more issues just for that 124 car, just with a bit of a connection problem there. But now Legends Racing have caught right back up again with NKH Racing. Darren Seal certainly has the pace over Hayden Burns, but Hayden Burns wily enough to be able to keep ahead of him.
Yeah, coming down to Sunset Bend now to end lap number 50, and exactly as we were a lap a minute ago, we got another battle, and it looks like Darren Seal's coming into the pits. So Darren Seal from 4th place makes a pit stop.
Now, is that tactical? Is that to give him space to be able to then put in a few fast laps to be able to get ahead of the NKH Racing when they're coming for the pit stop?
I think so. I think they realise that Darren Seal probably is a little bit quicker than Hayden Burns. If they get at the undercut, we see it in Formula 1 many times where the driver with the undercut, and I think that's what Darren Seal's going to go for now.
As we look further back in the Daytona prototypes, we've got the Avid Chronic Racing car of the 113 Benjamin Gregory at the wheel of that one, and the 49 Motorsports Dexter Castro. They're battling away. There's 0.1 of a second is going down towards the final corner. Darting around as Dexter, trying to look round the outside of Ben Gregory, and they've got the SRM Motorsport GTC car there. Can they go either side? No, they can't, so Ben Gregory keeps that place, but the 49 car of Dexter Castro right there with Ben Gregory.
Great racing at Dexter Castro, and then we see a lot more in Mazda MX-5 racing, so a lot of different machinery here for Dexter Castro, but doing a good job. And Ben Gregory, another driver who's raced in other series that I've raced in before, he's also a very, very quick driver. And Dexter Castro, though, Ben Gregory's a little bit wide there, so Dexter Castro will maybe have an opportunity in the next couple of corners, maybe trying to line up something for the hairpin.
And look who's come out behind them as well, out the pits. Adam Powell has taken the wheel of the Legends Racing car over from Darren Seal, as these two battling it out for position. That isn't the clean air that the Legends Racing would have wanted, because these two, they're in similar cars, so they're going to have a pretty quick pace, and they're not going to be that easy to overtake, because this will be for position.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of the same races within races, and Adam Powell, another driver he's raced with Darren Seal on teams before, so they know each other and the racing style very well. So I think this Legends Racing team will be one to look out for, definitely for a podium place. Adam Powell, I think the first time I came across Adam Powell was in the Talk Freak Racing touring cars about 3 years ago. Very quick driver in that, and now he's proving he's gone a bit wide there though, Adam Powell. I think Dexter Castro and Ben Gregory in front of him maybe putting him off a little bit there, but Adam Parr, I think we should see him try and make a move on these drivers pretty quickly. I think he will have the advantage with terms of grip with the new tyres.
And I can tell you now, Hayden Burns in third place in the 191 car has pulled out a bit of a gap. It's about 3.5 seconds over the FTR Hawker car. So that means
there's been a change of position now, Paul, because FRT Hawker were behind Hawk Sim Racing. So
yeah, Hawk Sim Racing in the pits.
Hawk Sim Racing in the pits, so maybe they're going to try and do a similar undercut, and let's see where they come out in relation to Legends Racing.
Oh, is Castro running wide? So that's going to let the Legends car through down the inside of the final corner. And, well, Dexter Castro just running out wide through the final corner, taking out those innocent cones. And now down the start finish straight. So the question is, who is that coming out of the pits?
That is Hawk Racing coming out just behind this battle. So the Legends car has gained a little bit on Hawk Racing. Darren Seal and Adam Parr, they've done that despite being caught up in the Gregory Castro battle. They still managed to come out in front of that Hawk Racing car. So that means that the NKH car of Hayden Burns will be coming into pits very shortly. And
Friction Racing are in the pits now.
Friction Racing are in the pits now. Our race leader Dean Prescott comes in. But will NKH change drivers, I wonder? Friction Racing, and they are now in the pits. Friction Racing and LJ Garnett. So driver change to Friction Racing there as well.
Yeah, and Team Hoising, well, Engineering are changing driver as well. Henry Gross has jumped into their car, the 178 car, in second place. NKH, we're in this pit stop window now for the Daytona prototypes. Are not able to go as long as the GTC cars or the GT3 cars, as into the pits comes the 191 car. So third place, this will be crucial. You've got to brake as late as possible to lose as little time coming into the pits. And will NKH Racing be able to keep that third place, or will the undercut work as FRT Hawker, the 142 car, stay out for another lap?
FRT Hawker doing well there, fuel mileage. They've been able to go an extra 2 laps than the leaders. So Ruben Suarez Gutierrez were 2 laps longer than the Legends Racing car, shall I say. And will Adam Parr be able to get past that NKH car? And Nicholas Helms back behind the wheel of that NKH Racing car. So I think we might see that one going a little bit quicker now, because Helms, you saw earlier in the race, had a lot of good pace in him. But where will he come out in relation to that Legends Racing car? They're just coming through Sunset Bend now is Adam Parr.
Friction Racing are still in the pits.
That's interesting. Friction Racing have lost a lot of time.
That is a long pit stop, and they're still in the pits now.
It looks like Al Garnett has been replaced by Dean Prescott again. They've done a second driver change. That's extremely interesting. It looks like they're having some real problems in the pit stop. We said that if there wasn't any problems, that the race may be between those two cars, but Friction Racing seem to have a problem with their pit stops. It looked like that one of their drivers, LJ Garnett, went into the car, and then they're taking him out and put Dean Prescott back in, but it's going to cost them a lot of time. And as far as the NKH battle goes with Legends Racing, Nicholas Helm has come out in front of Adam Parr, so that undercut did not work for Legends Racing, and it's now Nicholas Helm up into third place. So great driving there from the NKH driver Hayden Burns has meant that they were able to keep that third place. And that's there's a lot of Daytona prototypes in close proximity. You've got Adam Parr, Benjamin Gregory, who is a lap down, is let past Christian Bug, but then just behind him as well is the car he was fighting, Dexter Castro. So it's this race is definitely spicing up, but I think Nicholas Helm may pull away from these two cars now in this stint.
I can tell you now that Friction Racing is still in the pits as well. Dean Prescott, they're down to 11th place overall, so absolute disaster for Friction Racing. But NKH Racing will be liking this. They'll be moving up now as the 109 car. They've moved up position, the Legends Racing. So it's all action.
They've lost a place, Paul. Christian Bug, Hawk Sim Racing, they've gone past. So I don't know what's happened there. I'll have to go back and have a little look. But Christian Bug has found his way past Adam Parr. I'm going to have a look now and see where that move happened, because last time, here we go, it looked like let's have a look. Oh, the 109 got put on the grass there a little bit by one of the GTC cars. So he tried to go round the outside, it didn't quite work, and the GTC car involved was the car of Sasha Lamp, Talk Freak Racing. I don't think he necessarily went over on Adam Parr. I just don't think that it knew Adam Parr was there. So unfortunate there for Legends Racing, but they haven't lost too much time in any one position.
Well, I mean, we're still in this pit stop phase, but I can tell you that at the moment, Henry Gross is currently got a 42.6 second lead over the second place driver in the 155. That's the Blue Flag Racing car of Yuka Savati. So that's, but they've yet to pit stop yet. So actually, with the pit stops, it's the 142 car of FRT Hawker that will effectively be second place in overall.
Friction Racing's still in the pits as well, so I don't know what's happening there, but over to you, Alvin.
Yeah, I've been looking at what happened to Friction Sim Racing, and they seem to have a brake failure on the driver of the 199 car coming out of the pits, and they weren't able to brake, and they just went straight on turn 3, so they just went back into the pits. It's really unfortunate what happened to them.
Looks like a technical problem then with LJ Garnett, who got into that car. Unfortunately, looks like he's had an equipment failure maybe or something if the car has just gone straight, and that's very unfortunate for Friction Racing. Thank you for that report, Alvin, and it's a real shame as well that Friction Racing have done so well, but unfortunately they've lost a lot of time due to that.
Yeah, absolutely. So Dean Prescott's back out on track though for Friction Racing, so they have got going again. So at least they're still in this race, but not in the position that they wanted to be in, unfortunately. As everything's sort of calming down. We've still got the 155 cars just coming onto pit lane now. So they were running second before their second pit stop, but they've now will lose those places. So it's Team Hoisickwell Engineering in first place overall, FRT Hawker in second, but they're over 49 seconds behind the leaders now. So that's really cost us an exciting race at the front. But in third place, NKH Racing. They're still in third place, and they're still battling for that position. And fourth place will be the Blue Hawk Sim Racing car of Christian Bug. I can tell you that in the GT3 car class we have got the 230 car, so that is the BT Motorsports car. They're battling with Blackadder Motorsport over
seventh place
in class. Yeah, so those two pretty close together, less than a second between those two, so that's a battle that we've got to keep an eye on absolutely through this race. And just out of interest, the Core Sim Racing are still in the lead of the GT3 class, with Mad Cape Racing Team in second, and they are 24.5 seconds behind Core, with Racing Lines in third place. But we're going to keep an eye on that BT Motorsport and Blackadder Motorsport battle, because they are pretty much the closest battle on track, although there is the 191 car half a second behind FRT Hawker for second place overall.
Also in GT3, the Mad Kate Racing in second, Racing Lions in third, and High Octane in fourth. Not that much time separating those three cars either. They're both in the same straight. They come out of turn 1 and towards turn 2 and 3, but they're on the same straight, so that's something else to look for. And see what's happening. Is there anything close battles in GTC? I don't think there is too many close battles in GTC, but GoT Racing really stamping their authority on that class. Spirit of Le Mans in second place. They've managed to pull out quite a gap to Core Sim Racing as well since Jean-Paul Nihi's been able to get past Dominic Engel. They seem to have got about a 10-15 second lead now, so Jean-Paul Nihi putting a good stint in that car. But as we say in GT3, there's still...
Oh, and they battle for second place. Sorry about that. They're just NKH having a look down the inside into the second corner, as FRT Hawker are having to just basically drive by their mirrors, because NKH Racing are right up there with them. And coming down through Big Bend, they've got a GTC car there, but they'll get past the Core Sim Racing car into that hairpin, but that does deny an overtaking opportunity at this moment. But NKH with Nicholas Helm in charge is back on the pace. Hayden Burns did a fantastic job in holding back cars, but now Nicholas is on the attack.
Yeah, Nicholas Helm seems to be the quicker driver of that NKH squad. Now he's really making an impression on the FRT Hawker car, which really seemed to come out of nowhere into second place. He got past the Legends car and the Hawk car, so very good driving from the FRT Hawker crew there to make those positions up. But
Spirit of Le Mans have spun. I can tell you that they've just lost it the right, left, right before the Almond Straight, but they've got back running again without anybody making any contact because there is a battle between for places between NAB Racing and Hawk Sim Racing as well. They're close together in the GT3 class. That's a 208 and 223 cars, so they're pretty close together.
Yeah, it's Mario White for Hawk Sim Racing and NAB with Simon Steenstra behind the wheel, and they are fighting for what is 5th place, is that? Yeah, 5th place in class, and those two are battling in quite close proximity. BT Motorsport's about 10 seconds behind them as well, so NAB Racing were one of the ones that were right near the front at the start of the race, so dropped back a little bit and then a fight now.
And NKH have made it into second place on that lap. Nicholas Helm has made it past the FRT Hawker car. I'm just trying to find out where that was. It was going onto the Almond Straight by the looks of things, was it? Yeah, it was onto the Almond Straight. There was a few cars in front of them got caught up between themselves, and that allowed the NKH car to go through.
And also, unfortunately, 49 Motorsports, Desca Castro has had a problem and he's going to drop down. He's had a connection failure, I believe, so unfortunately for Desca Castro in the 13th place car. They were racing, we saw earlier on, with that Avid Chronic car, but Desca Castro's race seems to be over for now. Hopefully he'll be able to get back in, but they're going to lose a lot of time through that.
And also, just for now third place overall, is Christian Bug has caught up in the Hawk Sim Racing car on the FRT Hawker car. So it's battles all the way through for those top 3 and 4 positions.
Yeah, some great racing through in the top 2, 3, 4 places after. And you've got to say that the big losers have been Legends Racing in the start of this stint. They were running in 3rd place, now down to 5th place. Hawk Sim Racing and Hawk are both going past them, and looks like it's a good battle going ahead of Adam Parr, you know. It's a battle between Ben Kuipers and John King, and so the Blackadder 267 has just lost a position to Mad Cape Racing number 74 there in GT3.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all going on at once now as Blackadder and Mad Cape still battling away for position there as BT Motorsports still ahead of them, but yeah, Blackadder Motorsports and Mad Cape Racing pretty close together. It's now second between them as Mad Cape have made that position on Blackadder, as you say.
Looks like some of the GTC cars in the pits as now. I've just seen the ABL 383 lead the pits. Timu. I see contact. Something going on there. Oh, that's not good.
That's GoT Racing as well. That's the leaders in GTC have made contact. They've just come out of the pits, and
yeah, absolutely. They were just coming out, and seems like they were not paying attention to what was going on the track, and that could be a problem with race control as well.
It's BT Motorsports that they've made contact with, the 230 car, and that car is pretty beaten up, and they've gone back to the pits. So. Really bad luck for them, but GoT Racing, it'd be interesting to see if they've got any damage on that car, because that could bring the others in their class back into the battle for the lead of that class.
I don't want to play devil's advocate here, but I think that GoT Racing car is completely innocent. It seems like he maintains a straight line, and that BMW just seems to go straight into the side of him as if he isn't there. So, unfortunately, I think the BMW driver may be at fault there.
Well, it is difficult to see cars that are coming out of pit exit, at this track. It is on the outside of the first corner, so it's not the cleanest of re-entries on this track, is it, Alvin?
Yeah, it is kind of a difficult entry because of how the pit exit blends into the race lane in itself. But this is also when you see team racing play a big part, as since each driver should have someone not racing at all times, at least telling them when people are coming into pits and coming out of the pits. And it looks more like a problem of more like a common sense, as you see people coming out of the pits. It's good to give some space. Even though you may have the racing line at times, and especially in endurance racing, you gotta know when to give some space as well.
And I don't know if you saw that, Dan, but we've had the 191 car, the NKH Racing, have to give the position back to the 142 car of FRT Racing. But of course, that meant that Hawk Sim Racing had to be let past as well, because they were ahead of that FRT Hawker car.
Yeah, overtaking under yellow, and that's something which on iRacing you wouldn't usually get. So because we've got the live stewards, they've actually been able to spot that infringement, and they've, as a result, told the 191 to get that position back. So just a testament that the live stewards on this series are actually working, because obviously iRacing don't police overtaking under yellow flags in road races usually. So unfortunately for 191, they have to do all that hard work again.
I can tell you that Legends Racing and Core Sim Racing are battling for position. Core Sim Racing up to 5th place now, the 111, after their spin earlier in the race. And just as I say that, they lose control around the right-hander. The 111 Core Sim Racing and Legends are up there with them now. And Adam Powell as well, having to get out of the way as well, just to try and avoid any contact. But Core, having just that issue there, has allowed Blackadder to get ahead of Legends Racing, the 109.
Christian China, I think Christmas has come early there. The mistake by the Juha Pekalami has also forced Adam Powell to get off the loud pedal, which has in turn let Christian Chandler come through. And it'd be interesting, we were just talking about overtaking under yellow flags, and I don't think that would be an issue there, because the car was actually back under control when they went past. I did think for a second it may be a similar incident there, but I just looked at it again, and there's no danger of that. It was just a pure momentum for where they had to lose speed. There was no overtaking under yellow, so up to 6th place to get Blackadder.
And look at this traffic that they're having to deal with around the first corner. That's letting Blackadder get right on the back of Core Sim Racing. As I say, Juha Pekalami having to battle his way through. He just lost control.
Contact! Oh!
And more contact.
Oh,
That's really bad. That's spun Blackadder around. Christian Challoner maybe not wishing that Christmas had come early. Legends Racing, Adam Powell also having to get out the way. So that's mixed things up. And Dan, just talk us through that.
Yeah, that was the Hawk Sim Racing GT3 car there of Micah Wright. Juha Pekalami was alongside him, and then there's contact made between the BMW and Pekalami. He's tried to control it, but unfortunately he's clipped Chandler. Also, Adam Powell's had to go on the grass to avoid it. And what was shaping up to be a good battle there has been unfortunately diluted there by the BMW hitting Pekalami. So the stewards will have a look at that, and we'll be interested to see what the outcome from that incident is.
Absolutely, as Pekalami is still struggling. He's on the grass and the dirt at the moment, trying to get around the GT3 cars of the back markers that he was trying to get past. Legends Racing, Adam Powell is moving again, as is Christian Challoner, so at least they're still running and they're still racing, so it'll be interesting, as you said, to see what the stewards make of that, as now it's just everything's just calming down a little bit. We've got a battle still for 3rd place overall between the 142 and the 191. That's FRT Hawker and NKH Racing. They are battling away going into the first corner, and NKH just taking that wider line, seems to get a better exit through that first corner, and FRT getting caught up behind the GTC traffic. And are they able to make a move? No, they just keep behind and maybe look to make a move down into the hairpin.
Yeah, Nicholas Ham on the fight back, and let's have a look and see what's going on in GT3. A lot of action in the prototype class, but in GT3, Claudio Klima, Core Sim Racing had the lead in that class. Second in the BMW class is Frederick Armstrong. He's got the Frank van der Brugge Racing Lions car in 3rd, and the battle between himself and Joachim Svensson pretty close there for the final podium position in GT3. That is the high octane 122 car and the 241 Racing Lions car.
I can tell you also in the GTC class it's close between the ABL endurance team, that's the 383 car, and Talk Freak Racing and the 381 car. They're less than a second between those two. They're battling it out for 5th place in class, so they're having a real ding-dong battle between those two. But yeah, it's close racing all the way through. It's a fantastic series to be involved in this. As now P3 in overall in the race, going down the inside, looking down the inside. Will they make the move? No, they won't. FRT Hawker able to keep 3rd place. NKH now just busy, looking all over the back of them. Will they get the better run out that corner down the Almond Straight? It certainly looks like it going into the final corner. He's lining them up. He's going to the outside, but he's got GTC and GT3 traffic ahead. Will he make it round the outside?
Oh.
That's very close as they're going side by either side of the GTC car in this contact.
Oh no!
NKH. Oh, there's more contact. And
That's
the
4X.
Yeah, it's 4X. Yeah, they've made contact with NKH. Oh, and NKH, you look at the back end of that car, it's got some heavy damage now as well as on the front.
Yeah, that they were 3 wide going into Sunset. I said about the bumps and that. I think that definitely proved to be the case there. When it goes round the outside, I think the GTC car, you saw you had one on the inside. I'm not particularly sure I knew NKH were on the outside. NKH go a little bit, and it's in fact it's the GTC car there which seems to lose it a little bit on the exit of the corner and slides out. And that is the car who is that GTC car? It's the Orange Devils car of Alessandro Longoni, and that sent the NKH car around. The GT3 BMW was very unlucky. Well, he was very lucky to miss him, in fact, shall I say. That was the GT3 BMW of Joachim Svensson, I think. No, it wasn't Svensson. It was the Racing Lions car. So the Racing Lions car have lost out as a result of that, but I think the battle was on back between those two cars.
Absolutely, it's the High Octane Motorsports GT3 car, the 220, and Racing Lions. They're battling for third place in class. There's less than half a second between those two coming through this twisty section, this infield section, as the recovering NKH car has caught up to these two to lap them. And, well, you've got to show a bit of patience as well when you're going through traffic, because you may be battling for position, but it's important to finish the race, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think they had to go 3 wide. It was shades of Spa all those years ago with Schumacher and Hakkinen, but yeah, you've got to think though that maybe 3 wide into Sunset Bend isn't the best tactic in an endurance race. So unfortunate, but I don't think they really had to go 3 wide. It seemed that Helm had the pace on the 2 cars he was racing with. So
Racing Lions down the inside of High Octane Motorsport. This is for positions for P3 in class as the NKH car comes into the pits. Down the pit straight, they're side by side. They're getting closer and closer. Please don't make contact, guys. As down into turn 1 they go. And, well, High Octane Motorsport keep that place, that third place in GT3 class. But this battle isn't over yet, because Racing Lions get the better exit out the first corner. Look to the inside of the second corner, but have to stay behind.
Frank Van Broijik will be very fired up at the moment, I can tell you that now from personal experience. If you get involved in an incident that isn't your fault, you lose positions, I think there may be a little bit of red mist there. I think he's going to be even more determined to get past that car, because the only reason he got past in the first place was due to that incident, and it was a really good battle. So it looks like we are going to have round 2 of that battle, and I think that Van Broijik may have a little bit of a etched. I think the blue torch papers were well and truly lit with this one.
Absolutely, and Alvin, we've got enough warning as well, haven't we?
Yeah, it looks like the car number 356, what's the 356?
The Baguette Racing, the lead.
The Baguette Racing,
GTC.
they got a warning for crossing the double line on pit exit, and that's clearly stated on the driver's briefing that they shall not cross the double white line. It looks like they just did.
And is that in relation to that incident we saw, I wonder, with that and the BMW?
Possibly so, because they were exiting the pits when that BMW made contact with them. But we've got a battle for 4th place in GTC. That's between the 383, the ABL Endurance car, and the 381 Talk Freak Racing. So these two still at it. They've been battling away the last few laps between these two, and less than half a second between them. And, well, we've got lively action all the way through this race. This is fantastic, isn't it, Dan?
Yeah, and we've just gone past the halfway mark as well. 2 hours and 4 minutes were on the clock last time Huskenveld came across the line, and they've got a 52-second lead now over Hawk Sim Racing, with FRT Hawker in 3rd place. So all the action we've had is sort of is let Huskenveld pull away, especially with the loss of Friction Racing, who are back out and are currently in 9th place at the moment. and they're not too far behind Mark Warmington and P8 either.
Well, I can tell you that the 211, the Core Sim racing car, they're into the pits for their second pit stop. So we're in the pit stop cycle now for the GT3 cars. The GTC cars and the Daytona prototypes have already made their pit stops, their second pit stop. So they're well into their third stint, should I say? But yeah, they're at the moment able to go longer is the 220 car, the high octane motorsports car, and also the 241 Racing Lions. They're able to go longer than Core Sim Racing in the GT3 class.
A lot long. It looks like a lot longer. So it's good if they're able to go longer, because it means that later in the race they'll be able to maybe amend their strategy a little bit. But with the small differences, it may not be the case it works that way. But it's good they've been able to go a little bit longer.
And Alvin, we've got even more warnings, haven't we?
Yep. Car number 230 just got a warning for not giving enough room, and car number 230 looks like it's the BT Motorsports. And looks from that incident going into turn 1, like we were discussing earlier, it wasn't the Baggett Racing's fault. It was the BT Motorsports for not being aware of cars coming into track again.
It's a sort of weird one, that, because you would have thought that, in iRacing they got the spotter. You would have thought that maybe the spotter would have told him that there was a car on his right, but maybe because it was coming out of the pits, that didn't quite work. But it was in this series, I think they've also got people on the crew as well who aren't driving, so it looks like there's been a breakdown in communication, something now, unfortunately, and it's led to that incident. But I can see both sides of it, but it looks like the BMW, I thought the BMW was more at fault than the roof, to be honest. It looked like the roof had stayed on a clear line and it's just been drifted into.
So I can hear contact going on there. Who was that? That was Dexter Castro having issues trying to get past the GTC battle between who was that? That was the ABL Endurance team that he made contact with. So Dexter Castro just getting into the back of that 383 rough, and also we've got the 220 high octane motorsports car. They're into the pits now, but Racing Lions, they've stayed out for yet another lap. So Alvin, this is looking good for Racing Lions' strategy.
Yeah, definitely. Seems like they are the one of the few GT3 teams that are able to really stretch their fuel mileage, and looks like they're really gonna be they could be contending for the win if they keep this strategy going up as well.
As Blackadder Motorsport as well have stayed out in the GT3 car, so they're going for another lap. But let's have a look. The Core Sim Racing, Mike Pollock is at the helm of that car now, taking over from Claudio Klima. No, not Claudio, sorry. Who was it that was driving that car? It's been that much action that it's hard to keep an eye on that. Oh no, it was Claudio. Yeah, so Mike Pollock just getting into the swing of things. He's not driven that car yet this race, so he'll have to get into the rhythm of the track again after the last time. It was, what, 2 hours ago you last drove the car, maybe in practice.
Also, the track surface may have changed as well. Obviously, we said it before, iRacing with the new dynamic weather, which they've brought in for season 4 this season, and it's definitely made. I think it definitely makes a difference to the racing. And in series like this, the endurance series, I think you definitely see the full potential of dynamic tracks.
Absolutely, as we've got a battle now between Blue Flag Racing and Friction Racing. So Friction able to get back onto the back of Blue Flag Racing, and this is a battle for 7th overall, I do believe. Yes, it is. It's for 7th overall, as down the inside goes Friction Racing over the Blue Flag Daytona prototype. So a position gain there for Dean Prescott, who's having to try and make time back from that technical hitch with the brakes.
Yeah, Dean Prescott was definitely one of the faster drivers, if not the fastest driver at one point on the circuit, and they're only one lap down on our race leaders, so as we said before, there's a lot of time for things to go wrong in this race, and I wouldn't rule the Friction Racing car out of maybe of getting into the top 5, if not higher on later on, but I think the top 5 will possibly be about as high as it can go, but we'll see. We know there's a lot of pace in that Friction Racing car. But another thing we got to wonder is if it was a technical problem for Mr. Garnett, What will be the obviously we got a driving time rule on this as well, so they'll need to know a teammate to step in now so Dean Prescott doesn't exceed the rules and get disqualified.
Absolutely, as Racing Lions have just been in for their pit stop in the GT3 class, so they've come back out with Arnaud Jabin in charge, and Black Arrow Motorsport also. They're making it through their pit stop change, so they're going through their pit stop cycle now, so it means that Core Sim Racing is back into the lead of the GT3 class.
Got a bit of news as well. We just talked about Friction Racing. RJ Garnett said his load cell broke as soon as he left the pits. Next stint he'll be braking with his clutch pedal.
Right, okay, so that's going to be a bit different. It's going to have a bit different feel, so they'll have to get used to that. And well, tomorrow, of course, it's the Neo Championship, which will be tomorrow at 1 PM GMT, and that will be on Racespot TV. So you make sure you get to check that out. And what we'll do now, as we've just come to the end of the pit stop cycle for the GT3s, is that we'll just take a quick, short commercial break, but stay right here on Racespot TV and iRacing Live.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Endurance Series here on Racesport TV, the biggest endurance event. 3 wide pass there for climb the Simsport between Virtual Racing and the Racing Lions 4 GT. That was very, very brave there. Traffic, very well could be the turning point. Looking to the outside first, now starting it down to the inside. Per second, got a 6 minute traffic. They are ready.
iRacing.com is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all over the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics and engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. iRacing's web-based interface allows members to compare stats and test drive any combination of car and track instantly. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 60,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsport organizations like SRO Motorsports Group to deliver virtual races based on the real-life Blancpain GT series. iRacing's Blancpain Endurance Series features team racing, giving members the ability to build a team and participate in races ranging from 3 hours to 24 hours. Additional partners include NASCAR, IMSA, V8 Supercars, IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own 24 hours of Spa, Bathurst 1000, Daytona 500, and many more. iRacing.com, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car.
Welcome back to the Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series, the 4 hours of Sebring, here live on Racespot TV and iRacing Live. I'm Paul Smith, alongside me Dan Blake and Alvin Nieves, and remember the incident that we had a little bit earlier with NKH Racing, just having that 3-wide moment into the final corner. I believe Alvin has some news about that.
Yeah, after the race control has definitely reviewed the whole incident, and looks like there is no further action. They just ruled it a racing incident.
So, which it pretty much looked like anyway, didn't it, Alvin? It wasn't. There was nothing sort of malicious or anything like that involved in that incident. Didn't think.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like both P cars were just battling for position, and they just decided to split the roof, and the roof was also aware of what was going on, and it was just an unfortunate thing that I think I discussed this earlier. The bumps in the track really play a huge role in this incident, because definitely there was enough space between the three of them. The three were aware of each other. It was just that the rough got a bump at the wrong place at the wrong time, and that's where all the contact happened.
And of course, this is the feeder series as well for the Neo Championship, which is tomorrow, as we say, at 1 PM GMT on live on Racespot TV, and that should be a good race tomorrow, shouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Qualifying just happened earlier before the Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series race just started, and it's gonna be an interesting one. GT2 pole, it's Phoenix Motorsports. They are the defending champions from last season. Even though it was New World Sinsport that won the championship, but during the off season, New World Sinsport.
I'll just cut across the other. We've had an incident here with the one of the prototype cars. I'm just trying to find out who that was. I believe that was the 140 car. And that's the FRT Hawkers car, just losing it going into the hairpin. Or did they lose? Yeah, they just lost it going down the inside of one of the BMWs. One of the GT3 cars just lost control of that car just a little bit too fast, and there was just a little bit of contact going on there as well behind them as cars trying to avoid that incident. So is that a case of going offline and getting a bit of marbles and not being able to stop down?
Possibly. It looks like also there's along with the marble, there's also a bad bump right where the asphalt makes the transition into concrete, and if you catch that bump at the wrong spot, you will also pay the price, and it looks like that's what happened to them.
And FRT Hawkers, no 140 car, just having a little issue going through the penultimate corner onto the Almond Straight, so just having a few issues with their car there. Just having a look through the field, and at the moment it's just all sort of calmed down a little bit, hasn't it, really?
Battle for fourth place, of course, Sim Racing and Blackadder Motorsports. So Christian Chana on the back now of Juha Pekalami. We saw that battle earlier on before it got disrupted by the incident, but Chana now onto the back of Pekalami.
Yeah, absolutely. So fourth overall, this is the battle for us. They're trying to get round the GT3 traffic, which it looks like both of them do. Yes, they do. So they're able to battle it out now towards the Almond Straight, and I mean this track, as we say, it's a classic endurance race track, is this? But there's quite a few overtaking opportunities as well, isn't there, Dan?
Yeah, there's quite some of them you have to be a bit more braver than others in order to do them, but as you say, there are quite a few clear-cut overtaking opportunities, which is good, because you would think with a circuit like this, there wouldn't be so many opportunities.
Oh, Pekalami's just run wide around the last corner, and that's allowed Christian Challoner to make it through down the inside. Just got to enter into that final corner a little bit too fast, got onto the marbles, and that loses you all sorts of grip, and ends up losing the place as Juha Pekalami just still trying to come back, but it looks like Christian Challoner's got that position sewn up there.
A great effort from Christian Chana and Blackadder. They started this race in 14th position, now find themselves in 4th, so some great progression as this race has gone on, and Christian Chana taking full advantage of that mistake from Pekalami to take 4th.
And we just to quickly go through the leaders of each class, we've got the Team Hoisingveld Engineering, the 178 car. They're in the lead by over 50 seconds from Hawk Sim Racing, the 124 car. FRT Hawker are in third place overall, and then there's that battle between Blackadder and Core Sim Racing for fourth and fifth. In the GT3 cars class, we've got Core Sim Racing in the lead of that, with Mike Pallock in charge of that car. Just going on to the Almond Straight now. In second place, you've got Mad Cape Racing. They're 34 seconds behind the leader, but right behind them is the high octane motorsport car, the 220 car. They're in third place in GT3. They're still battling away, only 0.8 of a second behind, with Racing Lions in fourth, Oxim Racing in fifth in GT3. And then in the GTC class, you've still got the Baguette Racing team. They're still in the lead, but it's 41 seconds that they've got a lead by the looks of things. So, oh no, more than that actually, because in second place is Spirit Le Mans. They're actually 1 minute 15. I was looking at the wrong time screen there. And then in third place in class is Core Sim Racing GTC. They're 16.5 seconds behind the Spirit Le Mans car, with Talk Freak Racing in fourth in class and ABL Endurance in fifth place in that GTC class. But the battle at the moment, that's for fourth place overall between Blackadder and Core Sim Racing.
Yeah, Blackadder and Core Sim Racing fighting hard. We've got that GT3 battle as well for second place between Mad Cape and High Octane, very close together. Jochen Svensson right on the back now of Mark Mackey, and it seems that the GTC field are the only ones that are really spreading out. It seems to be battles in all of the other classes, and Jochen Svensson now right on the back of that Mad Cape Racing car.
Absolutely, Jochen Svensson is all over the back of that like a cheap suit, and Mad Cape Racing holding on to that second place at the moment with Matt McKay in that Mad Cape Racing car. But down into the hairpin, this is one of the overtaking spots that we were talking about, but as we say, offline there is that bump. There's also the marbles and the dirt offline, so there's not going to be as much grip. So if you want to make a move down there, you want to be clean in that line a couple of laps before finally making that move. As we've got the 116 car, the 4X Racing Fatties, they're called, running a little bit slow there. What's happened here?
Just have a look and see what's happened there, and it looks like the few problems. I can't actually see what's happened to them, but they are looking.
They're behind the Avid Chronic Racing team with Ben Gregory in at the wheel, and yeah, the Avid Chronic Racing team making it through in the final corner. They were up with GTC class cars as well, so just getting caught out by the traffic.
Yeah, unfortunately the 4X Racing Fatties losing position there to Avid Chronic Racing and Benjamin Gregory. That's a car which had the problems earlier with the connection, but Ben Gregory, a very fast driver, and I believe at one point he was even using an Xbox controller and being extremely quick, and now he's actually got a proper setup. He's even quicker. But the 4X Racing Fatties behind a little bit of a moment there, a twitch there. That's Mark Figueroas at the moment behind the wheel of that one.
So yeah, so that is true, by the way. Ben Gregory was using for quite a long time an Xbox controller to drive against, and he beat people as well. He beat me driving, but then again, that doesn't say a lot. So the battle for fourth place is still ongoing, though. The Blackadder Motorsport car of Christian Challoner and the Core Sim Racing car of UR Pekalame, they're still battling away for fourth place overall, as Jochen Svensson is just a little bit, just a second behind now in the GT3 class, so we'll just keep an eye on that as well, just to make sure we don't miss anything for you here on Respot TV and iRacing Live. Tonight it's Paul Smith, Dan Blake and Alvin Nieves here in the commentary booth with Hugo Louis on the cameras for you tonight. And well, is there a bit of a moment from UR Pekalame through the right hander there, just went in a little bit too hot.
Yeah, Pekalame a little bit too hot, as you say, and unfortunately the car there has he lost the position earlier on. He's trying very, very hard though, as we can tell, to get it back, and he's dropped back a little bit, but I think Pekalame will hopefully be back on the back of that Tristan Chandler car. Let's see a nice little battle here in the P class, but as we say before, Christian Challoner done a great job. They qualified 14th in that car, and they're up to 4th place, and they're only actually 10 seconds off the podium. So I think Blackadder will be absolutely delighted with how this race is going for them so far.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with that performance so far. Just a little bit further back in the P class, it's Mark Warmington in the Blue Flag Racing, the 155 car. He's about 2 seconds ahead of the Pros Racing Sport car of David Soranzo, so they're battling it out as well for position. That's for 8th place overall, and still we've got Joachim Svensson still just able to hang on with Matt McKay in the Mad Cape Racing car.
Yeah, that battle for second place in the GT3 class, one of the closest ones we have at the moment. Mad Cape Racing Team and High Octane mates. And away from this race, I noticed that this week there was an announcement for iRacing that they're adding more free content for the new members. They've over 50% more added content now if you get an iRacing subscription.
It's fantastic news, is that? And if you're a racing fan and you like sim racing, then it's well worth having a look, because iRacing is a fantastic service, and the fact that you get even more free content is just brilliant news for all new people, and also those that didn't purchase that content. It's also free content for those that didn't have that.
Exactly. Amongst it is the old truck. We've got the Dallara Indy car, and also as far as tracks goes, we've got Daytona Circa 2007, the old Phoenix layout, and also Concord Speedway. So a lot of new content, and there's also some series being run to celebrate this as well, I noticed. So a good excuse to get those cars out and have a little play without worrying about your I rating and safety rating.
Absolutely. So yeah, if you're not an iRacing member yet, I really do encourage it. I mean, we're all iRacing members here on this commentary booth, and we absolutely love it. It's certainly the best thing out there at the moment, in my opinion, as far as sim racing goes. Still got about a second between the Blackadder Motorsport and the Core Sim Racing car, so they're pretty much settled at the moment, and that battle for second place in GT3 as well, Mad Cape Racing and High Octane, they're pretty much settled at about a second. There's a few other battles. David Soranzo in the 176 car, he's right up behind the Blue Flag Racing car, and that is Mark Warmington. That's a battle for 8th place overall as they're coming down the Almond Straight, and Soranzo having a look there but deciding not to make that move yet.
No, not quite making that move yet, David Soranzo. We've seen him have a few moments during the course of the race, but that Pros Racing Sport car in 9th place, putting the pressure on Mark Warmington for 8th place as it gets the slipstream. He may try, he pulls out now to go into turn 1, and Soranzo will try and brake a little bit later. Mark Warmington gives him a lot of room there, fair play to Mark, and that makes the move a little bit easier for David Soranzo, and he makes the position stick. So up to 8th place now for Pros Racing.
Yeah, Pros Racing started this race in 11th place, so they've made up 3 places on this race, and Blue Flag Racing, they've made up places as well, started 10th, they're currently 9th, so 1 place, but that could always change. They could get in more places if there's any further incidents ahead of them.
Yeah, exactly, it's an endurance race, so anything can happen. We saw with Friction Racing, NKH Racing, that there's a lot of things that can happen in these races. And speaking of NKH Racing, they're actually catching Legends Racing up for 6th place. Their last up at 155.721, Legend Racing at 57.9. So NKH, if they had any damage before, it seems that it's been fixed, or at least it's at a level where it's not affecting their competitiveness, because they are starting to close in now on that 6th place Legends Racing car.
Yeah, it looks like the mechanics got the old Birmingham screwdriver out on that one and gave it a good hammering at the back there, because it does look a lot straighter than it was before after that incident. So they're fighting it back. Of course, started on pole position and led the race to start with, but unfortunately, incident and maybe not as fast lap times, meaning that they've just fallen back a bit. But certainly making the fight back for that 5th place.
Yeah, NKH, we saw that Nicholas Helm was very quick in that first stint, and his last lap of 55.4, and now He's in fact he's gone past the Legends Racing car. So the Legends Racing are in the pits. That's why Adam Powell bringing that Legends Racing car into the pit. So it looks like we're coming towards the end of another stint, because we saw Adam Powell and that Legends Racing car, Darren Seal, were one of the first ones to come in at the last stint, and it'll be interesting to see if Powell's going to stay in the car, if he's going to hand it over to Darren Seal. But it looks like it's going to be Adam Powell to stay in at the moment. Yeah, it is. He pulls away now, so that's a pit stop done for Adam Powell. He's just exiting the pit lane now.
And I can tell you that the battle for second place in GT3 between the 272 Mad Cape Racing team and the 220 High Octane Motorsports car, they're still battling away. There's about 0.3 of a second between these two. They're absolutely neck and neck with each other, and Joachim Svensson trying to make his way past Matt McKay, but Matt McKay doing a fantastic job of keeping that second place in class at the moment, and really doing a good job so far.
Yeah, good little battle there. Mad Cape Racing and High Octane. I think were they the ones that we saw. They're the ones earlier that we saw defending that train, if I remember rightly, earlier in the race. So the High Octane Motorsport car now putting the pressure on for second place, and the race leaders core quite a way a bit up the road. Malik Pulish just going out to turn 1 now as the second and third place battle go down the Oldman Straight, so it's quite a gap, but High Octane Motorsport just behind, and they're 3 wide now. They've got the GTC car and the prototype car has just gone past, and we've also had a pit stop for the Hawk car 124, so Christian Bugg has pitted.
Yep, so they've been in the pits for their third pit stop now. Christian Bugg staying in the car as this battle still continues between Mad Cape and High Octane Motorsports. And as we say, the prototype's just going through their pit stop cycle. So an hour and 26 left. So there's still going to be another pit stop for those Daytona prototypes.
The luckless 4X Racing 117 into the pits as well. Johan Van der Belde in the pits. We saw earlier that it received some damage, so I don't know if this is them calling it a day after they've seen what the damage is like after it's been fixed, but their car into the pits. But as we say, the Daytona prototype on now, they're coming to the end of their third stint.
As the third place car of High Octane Motorsports in the GT3 makes the move down into the hairpin, down the inside, out brakes Mark McKay, but McKay is fighting back for Mad Cape Racing. Down towards the right-hander now. Can he have a look down the inside? No, he's just going to stay behind, and High Octane have made that move stick for the time being, but Mad Cape Racing still with them now, round this long left-hander. Quite a tricky corner, as we saw earlier with one of the cars losing it and crashing. But now through this section now, it's quite a high-speed section coming up. The left-hander coming up, trying to get a good position on the High Octane Motorsports car, but can he line them up? Can he get a better exit out of this corner onto the Almond Straight?
Yeah, we're having a look now at this battle, and Svensson seems to have the advantage for the moment. He pulls alongside that GTC car, and we've got pit stops coming for the 142 and the 166. That's the FRT Hawker and Blackadder cars.
Yeah, so more pit stops going on with the Daytona prototypes as they're in the pits. Team Hoisingveld also coming onto pit road as well. So Henry Gross bringing his car onto pit road, and GoT Racing still out there at the moment for them. And so it's all action going on at the moment between these two GT3 cars as well, as down into the left-hander after the second corner. It's just still not going to quite happen. Joachim Svensson just seems to have that position, and I do believe we've actually got Dean Prescott for the 199 Friction Racing car waiting for us, so we'll just have a quick word with him. So hello there, Dean. Nice to have you join us in the commentary booth here in the Friction Racing car. And how's your race gone so far?
Start of the race was pretty good. Thanks for having me as well, by the way, Paul. Sorry. Yeah, start the race. Got onto second from the qualifying. Wasn't expecting much from the start. Seen a couple of guys practicing at the start of the week, so it's race was good. Obviously few mistakes from myself, but kept with the front two, and then kind of had a bit of an advantage knowing that the pit stops, the driver swap takes an actual 7 seconds extra, so I planned it that way to get a jump really.
And you look to have some really good pace out there, Dean. Able to pressure the leading cars in your stint there. You certainly seem to be on the pace with this track.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a dodgy setup that we've got actually this week. It's a Watkins Glen setup with a rear wing change for myself. But yeah, pace has been really good. Yeah, coming out of the pits after that first stint, like I said, the driver change, extra 7 seconds helped us get right onto what was the leader. And then not too sure what happened to, I'm not sure who was leading at the time, but they kind of really slowed down through turn 1 and turn 2 and got the jump and then started to pull away really.
And as we've just had, the core sim racing car has just left the pits as well, the 111 car. So now with your race, I mean, you're a lap down on the leaders. It's just a case of trying to fight back and trying to catch up Adam Powell and ahead of you in the Legends car.
Yeah, it's about a bit of fun now really. Obviously, I don't know if you know exactly what happened to LJ, but he come out of the pitch just after my stint, went to put the brakes on and just went straight on, had no brake at all. Luckily he missed all the walls and there's a little hole at the end of turn 2, so I dove straight into that. I got a 2-minute tow and a 30-second driver swap again, so.
But at least you were there ready just to take over just while your teammate were able to try and fix that problem, so that you're able to carry on in this race.
Well, I was just about to get out my rig and go for a stretch as my lower back is absolutely killing me. But yeah, luckily I didn't get out, so yeah, not too bad. He rebooted and his pedals come back to life, so he's still on the brake pedal, not on the foot pedal like he posted I think before.
Well, hopefully you'll be able to get up with Adam Powell in that Legends racing car and give us a bit of a show towards the end of this race. Is there anyone you want to give a quick shout out to?
No, just sponsors really, teammates as well. Sponsors Contact, Puma, V-Box from, their name's just going to my head, Race Logic, and obviously teammates LJ, Darren Kirk and Rince Jacobson.
Alright, no worries. Well, Dean Prescott, thank you very much for joining us, and hopefully speak to you again soon.
Yeah, no worries. Cheers, thanks.
Thanks, bye now. So yes, that was Dean Prescott there from Friction Racing, as we say, just having those little issues, and it's unfortunate for them because, as we say, they do appear to have the speed because LJ Garnett is closing up to that Legends racing car.
Yeah, it's a real shame, but they got very lucky as well. They were able to pull in without hitting a wall or anything, because if they'd hit the wall, I think that pretty much should have been their race over. So great driver from LJ to avert a very big crisis there, and instead of it being a crisis, it's more of a setback at the moment. We're 1 lap down, still a lot of time left in this race. We've got about an hour and 20 minutes to go. Anything can happen, and it looks like they are catching up on the cars in front a little bit, so let's see what happens with them towards the end of the race.
It does appear that we're having a few of the pit stops for the GTC cars as well now, so they're starting to have their pit cycle. As the 241 car, that's the Racing Lions car, and Hawk Sim Racing in the GT3 class, they're having a bit of a battle. There's half a second between those two as they come down towards the hairpin, and normally with endurance racing you have a little bit of a lull in the action, and you're able to just sort of sit back, but not with this series. This series it's just action all the way, and it's produced some fantastic racing, Alvin.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been no shortage of good racing, whether it's at the front of the pack or in the middle of the pack. There's been always racing throughout the whole race so far. And going back to the 199 Friction Racing, and with what happened with their brake pedal, we've seen so far a couple of things that this is something that sim racing, this is one of the most heartbreaking things that sim racing may have, that you may be practicing weeks in advance, getting setups ready, and then something out of your control like hardware failure, connection issues, may dampen your race out of nowhere.
As we're just seeing going down the Alban Straight, this battle for fourth place in GT3 between Hawk and Racing Lions. Down the inside goes Hawk. They're looking towards the final corner, and they have made that stick. Have they? Oh, they're slow in the mid corner. Racing Lions able to carry the speed, but Hawk get the better exit. I think Racing Lions just had to get off the accelerator there, Alvin, and had to concede that place.
Yeah, that definitely good heads-up racing by both of them, knowing that they are next to each other, and knowing that this last turn has been a absolute killer today, with so many cars being involved in incidents going into turn 17.
Absolutely. I'm just looking through this. I think we've only actually got 4 teams have actually retired from this race so far. So Torrent Motorsports, the 288 car, they retired pretty early on. BT Motorsports, the 230 car, they've had to retire as well. And the 269 Blackadder Motorsports car, they've retired as well. And the 4X Racing, who were showing so much promise earlier on, they've had to retire from this race as well. But still plenty of action going on here on Racespot TV and iRacing Live. Don't forget you can check out live timing. That's timing.racespot.tv. If you want to check out the live timing, you can keep an eye on pit stop times and the gaps between the various cars that we're looking at, including this battle for 4th place in the GT3 class, because Hawk Sim Racing it's still a pretty close battle between them and Racing Lions down.
Yeah, the Racing Lions are very closely in combat, as you said before, with the Hawk Sim Racing car. Stephen Hebert managed to get past, but he's not lost that Racing Lions car of Arnaud Gibin. He's still very much in contention, and he's not going to let that car out of his sight very quickly, I don't think.
As there goes another poor innocent cone. So many cones will get destroyed in this race. Don't they realise that they have a family, those cones? As down towards the final corner, and they go, and Hawk Sim Racing just pulling out a tiny little bit of a gap this lap, I think. They're up to about a 0.6 second of a lap gap now between them and Racing Lions. So that last lap, Hawk Sim Racing with a 2:03.7 and Racing Lions with a 2:04.024. So just able to pull out 0.3 of a second over Racing Lions with Hawk.
And a battle we said about the battle before between High Octane and Mad Kate. That's still raging on. Jochen Svensson not been able to use the back of Maki as we see before, but that car just going down the inside of one of the GTC cars there. That's a GTC car of Stephen Note and WR Racing. Although he's held up the car a little bit behind him. That is, of course, the Mark Mucky car. Lost a little bit of time there, but not too greatly, and they're going to have the car Benjamin Gregory coming up behind them as well very shortly in that prototype.
Yeah, and we've touched on it a little bit. How much experience will these drivers have of doing endurance racing with the dynamic track that iRacing introduced about 5 weeks ago? There's not been that many endurance series running with this track change. So is it still a learning experience now?
I think there will be a learning experience. I mean, obviously on Thursday nights, it's with the series me and you racing. It's definitely, I think, made a difference. And oh, that was close there, but Ben Gregory and that GT3 car. Ben Gregory going very wide there, and but yeah, going back to the dynamic track, I do think it makes a difference. I do think it does take time to get used to as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's added a new dimension to the racing that me and you do on a Thursday night. But this is Saturday night. This is gathering the tweakers in the endurance series here at Sebring International Raceway, and we're currently looking at the battle for second place in GT3. High Octane and Mad Cape Racing battling over that second place in GT3, and it's all been a bit close with the back markers trying to the leading cars trying to make their way through these back markers.
Yeah, definitely. But I think we've had a couple of little incidents, but I think everyone's been rather well behaved. So good credit to the drivers at the moment. They're doing a fantastic job. Obviously, there's a lot of difference in speed in this sort of racing, and some of you may know it's something that I race in real life. It's something I'm going to have to do next weekend when I take part in the Burkitt 6-hour endurance at Silverstone Grand Prix. So I'm taking notes on this as well, just to make sure I'm up to speed for next weekend.
Absolutely, best of luck with that, Dan. And as this battle is still ongoing, as is now, this is going to be interesting. High Octane are being held up by one of the backmarking GT3 cars, and they're not exactly getting out of the way either. And well, this is letting Mad Cape Racing get right onto the back of them, but they've got the prototype cars there as well.
Yes, like we said before, the 3 classes, almost the 2 classes there coming together. It's the GT3 cars and the prototype cars, Adam Powell. And in fact, that's Henry Gross in the leading prototype. So that was very close there. I think the braking sort of Henry Gross very close there to potential disaster. And the car just in front of them is the Adam Powell car in the Legends Racing. It's quite extraordinary that we've done nearly 3 hours and we still got 7 cars on the lead lap. So very good effort. It just shows that there's quite a lot of speed. And there's a car going into the pits actually just behind us, Ben Gregory in the Avid Chronic Racing.
Yeah, so they were a bit out of sync, weren't they, with their pit stop? So maybe their particular pit stop is enough a prototype car in pit road as well. Who is that? That's LJ Garnett in the Friction Racing car, but of course they're a bit out of sequence as well with pit stops after the issues that they've had with their car. But just going back to that point, as we've got a spinner there, that's one of the prototype cars. Who was that? That was the FRT Hawker's car having a moment through the after the second corner. Just looked like got on the power a little bit to it. Oh no, just went and clipped the curb, managed to keep it out the wall, and just lost control onto the grass, and is back up and running, and just came onto the track in front of those GT3 cars that are battling for second place in class.
That's not good. We could have an unsafe rejoin there, but unfortunately for Friction Racing, it does look like that's an unscheduled pit stop. LJ Garnett had only done 12 laps, so there may be a recurrence of that technical problem. And as we said earlier, I think Alvin said it's part of sim racing, but it also has its parallels to real racing as well. And with the obviously you can have problems when you're racing real cars, like car related, so it sort of gives that element of random disappointment. It also got a drive-through penalty for FRC Hawker 142, avoidable contact, so the car which is currently sitting in 6th place will have to do a drive-through penalty. Yeah,
that's going to cost them about 25-30 seconds through pit road. So that's hardly ideal for them, because they were battling with Core Sim Racing, who are just in front of them, about 2 seconds in front. As we've also got the leading GTC car, the Baguette Racing. They've just come in for their pit stop, so they're just leaving pit road now, as they had a 37 seconds pit stop there, but they had a pretty large lead anyway, did Baguette Racing. And Spirit of Le Mans, the 333 car, they're just coming onto the Almond Straight, so they're pretty much still going to be staying in second place. But yeah, the 142 car drive-through penalty, that's going to cost them in that battle.
Yeah, they're going to lose out also maybe to Legends Racing as well. That 109 car is not too far behind, about 30 seconds, so it's going to be quite close between the FRT Hawker car and Adam and Powell in Legends Racing, but it is going to break up that battle, as we say, for 5th place, because Fredrik Rasmussen's about to be unleashed here, because the FRT Hawker car will be coming in for that drive-through, and I imagine it'll probably be on this lap.
If you're in that Legends Racing car, you must see that message saying that there's a drive-through for the car that's in front of you. You must get right. Okay, we've got a chance here, and get your head down and really pump in some fast laps.
Yeah, the Legends car's just been lapped as well by Henry Gross, so the 7th place car has gone a lap down. So if an FRT Hawker come out from their drive-through, they may find themselves a lap down. They're going to come and take it now. Yeah,
you take it as soon as possible. Try and minimise the lost time there as they come through the pit lane at pit lane speed limit. It's about 45 miles an hour, or 70 kilometers an hour if you're in the rest of the world that uses metric, as they come down pit road. And it's quite a long pit road here at Sebring, and as now they come off the pit limiter down the straight, and where's Legends? They're just coming into the final corner, so it brings them into a possible battle later on, but they'll have to get some good lap times in now for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I don't think they lost as much time in the pits as we thought they were going to lose, the FRT Hawker crew. It seems as if they may have only lost about 15-20 seconds, I think, taking that drive through.
Absolutely. So as we're about an hour and 8 minutes away from the end of this race, we're looking at the battles through the race. It's battle for third place overall between NKH and Blackadder Motorsport. There's about 2 seconds between those, but we've also got the 267 Blackadder Motorsport and Mad Cape Racing are back at it again. They're battling it out for now. That's the Mad Cape Racing 274 car, which is down in 8th place in class. So they're battling for 7th with Blackadder Motorsports.
Yeah, that's the second of the Mad Cape Racing team, and that's been driven currently by Kevin Rankin. And the car he's closing up on is the Fokker Antonidis Blackadder Motorsport car. And you said earlier about NKH, they have found themselves back up into third place. So we said that Nicholas Helm was quick, but he's managed to find his way up into third place. He's only down in the 5th, 6th position, I think, earlier in the stint. So a very spirited drive there from Nicholas Helm. Absolutely,
it's just a question of driver time now. You know, will they have to make enough of the driver swap to get his teammate Hayden Burns? Will they have to get him back into the car?
Just having a look now, maximum driver time for the Proto class, 92 laps. So he can run for 92 laps, and we're only on lap 88 now. So see how many laps he's done. We can have a look on our time.
He's had 61 laps as Nicholas in the car at the moment. So he's still got about another 31, 32 laps left.
Yeah, he might be able to do the bulk of the remaining distance of this race and then hand over to Hayden Burns. We saw he was very good defending Hayden Burns, so if Nicholas Helm can get them the space, then maybe... very close there though with the GT3 cars, but if Nicholas Helm can pull out a lead, then maybe Hayden Burns will be able to do his trademark in this race and be able to hold the rest of them back.
And that's that battle for in the GT3 class as well, between Blackadder Motorsports and the Mad Cape Racing 274 car. So they're getting just split up with traffic a little bit again, as we say, traffic getting involved. But that battle for third place overall between NKH and Blackadder, there's half a second between those two. So still plenty to race for, and it's amazing in an endurance race that we've got cars still racing this close for position after almost 3 hours.
Yeah, definitely. It's something that never ceases to amaze me, really, how you can get drivers from different parts of the world, it's just all sorts of different connections, all sorts of different variables, and everyone can be so close still, and I think it really is a testament to the skill levels of the drivers involved. We've got some very, very good drivers on display here, and very, very close and consistent with each other as well.
Christian Challoner just getting his way through the GT3 traffic there, trying to keep on the back of Nicholas Helm for that third place overall, but Nicholas doing a very good job in that car to recover from quite an incident really in that final corner, and took a bit of damage. So to recover, to get it back up to third is quite an achievement for NKH.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a creditable fight back, and unfortunately we have had combination, which we said earlier, 4X Racing are definitely out of the race. They dropped too far behind following that earlier incident, which are unfortunate victims really. So they've lost out, which is a great shame. But their sister team, the 4X Racing Fatties, currently running in 11th place, and they are 2 laps down off the leaders.
It's one thing about sim racing. Sim racing drivers and sim racing team owners have a good imagination for team names, don't they? I've noticed that in quite a few series that we cover, that there's quite a few imaginative names, and and certainly there's been a few on show on Racebot TV over the last few years. Not naming the team that I used drive for in the VLN, but never mind. This is the Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series. I'm determined not to say that name, by the way. The Gathering of Tweakers Series, Endurance Series here at Sebring International Raceway. We're just coming up to the last hour. I think what we'll do is we'll wait for the GT3 cars to go through their pit stops just to see how that pans out as NKH come onto pit road for their pit stop. So are they going to try and get to the end on this stint, because from what we've seen, the Daytona prototypes don't quite go the full hour, so are they going to just break up this last stint into like 2.5 hours?
Interesting, but I don't think they won't be able to go the whole distance. I wouldn't have thought. They seem to be able to go 45-50 minutes on a stint, so they'll definitely have but what it does mean is that for their last stint they will be able to put a lot less fuel in the car, so they'll be in the pit lane for less, but unfortunately it will be... I wonder if what they'll do now is have Nicholas Helm do this stint, and then for the last stint, last half an hour, they'll bring back the other driver into that team, into the car, which is Hayden Burns, and I believe you've got a bit more action now in the GT3.
Absolutely. Yeah, the GT3's once again showing us good action. The 208 car, NAB Racing, and Blackadder Motorsports, and there's also behind Blackadder Motorsports still Mad Cape Racing, so NAB just falling to Martin Jeune, falling into the grasps of the Blackadder Motorsport, the 267 car, and Mad Cape with their 274 car, just falling back into their grasp. So this is an interesting battle. This is for what, 6th place in class NAB currently. So. Interesting battle going on here, and we'll look how this pans out.
Also, we've got another penalty notice coming through, I see, for one of the other cars in the prototype. That is FRT Hawkers International, avoidable contact, and they've got a drive-through penalty as well. So that's another one of the cars for the Hawkers team, FRT Hawkers International 140. I see from Race Control have been awarded a penalty, which is a drive-through.
So they're 6 laps down. So they were one of the teams that had issues. As down the inside goes Blackadder Motorsport. Will they take that place back? He's got the run on the outside as NAB, but he's got the inside for the next corner, the first corner, as they're going to go past the GTC car. Oh, they're cutting across the nose of that NAB Racing car, but Blackadder Motorsport make that position stick. Can NAB come back though? Now through into turn 2, is looking down the inside, but you can't really go through there. It's not quite wide enough to throw the car down there. The next opportunity really is down into the hairpin. Can he stay with that Blackadder Motorsports car, because Blackadder have had a bit more pace than NAB this stint?
Yeah, Blackadder Motorsport and NAB fighting very hard there. I say that was very firm, but also very fair. There wasn't any contact made. It was a good old exciting racing. It certainly got me and you off of our seats a little bit there, and there was no contact, no damage done, but definitely probably a heart-stopping moment for the two drivers.
Absolutely. I mean, you've come 3 hours in this race. You don't want to throw it away. This late on as well. NAB just late on the brakes and overshooting, lucky not to collect the Blackadder car as well, with that outbraking themselves, but that's lost them a good bit of time. They're now 2 seconds behind Blackadder Motorsport's 267 car, so Blackadder now trying to make hay while the sun shines, and Mad Cape Racing now trying to take advantage of that little error and to catch up to the NAB racing car.
Yeah, he was lucky not to lose a position. There was the car of Martin June. He managed to just about save it from going any further. I thought he'd properly overshot it then, but managed to get it slowed down and into the corner. I dragged it round the corner belatedly, but he still got it round there. And although he's lost the space, he's lost the time to the car in front of him, that Blackadder number 267. He is still in the position he was. He could have very easily lost out there to Kevin Rankin.
Absolutely, and he's lucky that there is a a runoff road there as well, so he could utilise that rather than it being just grass on the outside of that corner. So able to keep going and keep the place that he'd lost. We've got a couple of cars on pit road as well. The prototypes, we've got let's see, Adam Kell is coming out with the Apex Racing car, but of course they were a bit out of sequence because of issues with their car, and FRT Hawkers are in the FRT Hawkers International are in the pits, and they've been in the pits for quite a long time. So I mean, they were the ones that got the drive-through penalty, but they're parked up, and it looks like they're retiring from the race.
Yeah, it looks like that they've parked up, got another penalty or another investigation. 288 NAB Racing blocking, no further action. So the NAB team were being investigated against, and that is a team that are fighting hard with Black Adder Motorsport and Mad Cape. So along with that overshot, they've had a investigation as well to deal with.
Race control haven't really had anything to do for the last 40-50 minutes, and then in the last 10 minutes they've had 3 things to look at as well. So suddenly the drivers are just giving them a bit of work there at race control, making sure they're still awake. But overall, the driving stance in this series is just absolutely top class. Just the odd incident here and there, but nothing malicious or careless.
Yeah, as I said before, it's absolutely great demonstration. This is a feeder series for the Neo Endurance Championship we've got tomorrow, so if you think this is good, wait until Neo tomorrow. And we got an incident as well on track for the 225 car, which is the Hawk sim racing car. We're going to see a replay of it now. It's Marshall not behind the wheel, and it looks like he's
into turn 2.
Into turn 2, yeah, it looks like he's had a bit of an incident there, Paul.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at that. Did he get his wheels onto the grass there, into braking, or onto the white line, surely, and just lost control of the car and just backs it up into the tyre barrier, then carries on for a little bit until the next corner, when obviously got a little bit damage on that car from that tap with the wall, and just runs off over the grass at turn 3, but then is able to carry on through Big Bend. And they're still running in that car, but looks like a bit of damage at the rear.
Yeah, a lot of damage. You know, the only cars which are the leading, well, the last running cars in that GT3 class as well. But going into GTC, we've got a little battle here. Jan-Paul Nihui is going up against Dominic Engel. We saw it earlier in the race. There's also a prototype car amongst them, which is going to go past now. That's that friction racing car of LJ Garnett. So LJ Garnett back out. We saw him have a pit stop after 12 laps of a stint, so I don't know what's happened with that. It seemed like it was a little bit off a sequence, but now Christian Chana goes past in the prototype. But in this GTC battle, it is the car of Dominic Engel versus the Spirit of Le Mans car of John-Paul Nihui, and the Core Sim Racing car has actually got ahead of that Spirit of Le Mans car on this lap. So Core Sim Racing up to second place in the GTC class.
Yeah, absolutely. Good work there from Core Sim Racing, but the Spirit of Le Mans car is not giving up. They're fighting back. They're only 0.3 of a second behind as they cross the line there into the first corner, as other cars are coming out the pits. I believe that was a GT3 car coming out the pits there. So we're getting closer towards the GT3s making their pit stops now, because we've only got about 56 minutes left of this race, and these two GTC cars are battling it out for second place in GTC class. That's easy for me to say after 3 hours of racing. But now down through Big Bend, and that Spirit Le Mans car has got a bit of a run there. Will they be able to look on the inside? They've got a prototype coming up behind them, but that prototype decides to just stay behind. It's the core car. That core car could disrupt things for their team colleague in the GTC car, but no, just round the outside, they get out the way of them. So this battle's still able to carry on between these two cars. So down into this right-hander now, the Spirit of Le Mans car just seeming to just be patient. You know, like we said, we're into the final hour of the race, so the last thing you want to do is make contact, damage the car, or ruin your chances of a good finish in this race.
Talking of GTC, that Baguette Racing car has totally dominated this field. He's not far off lapping the second and third place cars, you know, is Yacine Bebet. He's not far at all behind our second and third place car. And that Baguette Racing, they've showed up, they've taken names, and it looks like they're going to go home winners. And the GT3s, it looks like the GT3s will be coming to a sequence of pit stops very shortly, but that car with Jean-Paul Nihui very close behind Dominic Engel as they come down the Ullman Straight in towards Sunset, but he's not going to make a move, sticks behind him for now. And just as they come out of turn 17, Yacine Bebet is coming down the straight.
He's having a look down the inside though, he's getting the better run, but that Corsim racing car around the outside just able to carry that speed through the corner, as we do indeed have a few of the GT3 cars coming into pits, so that pit stop sequence going through for the GT3 cars, but this battle for GTC, second place in GTC class, is still raging on. And Nihui is certainly all over the back of that core sim racing car of Dominic Engel.
Yeah, very, very close racing between these two, and it's not the first time these two teams have come into combat this afternoon. We saw it earlier in the race, and on that occasion Jan-Paul Nihui was able to take the position, but it looks like this time Dominic Engel definitely putting up a fight. And that battle for second place is probably the biggest battle we're going to have in that class, because the leader Yacine Bebet is actually nearly a whole lap, I said before, but he is nearly a whole lap in front of the second place battle, and that is truly astonishing.
It's absolutely fantastic. It's just showing a level of dominance that I didn't expect to see, to be honest, from this. I thought it'd be a bit more even, but they've got the hang of that car a bit better, as the core car just runs a little bit wide through that right-hander, now through this long left-hander now, and well, the Spirit of Le Mans car just not quite catching the car in the right places. Again, the core car just running a little bit wide, missing the apex, and that's costing them time. They're under pressure, there's nobody around them, there's nobody coming to lap them, so it's just these two just battling away for position. They're able to concentrate on their battle, and well, through now. Will there be a move into the final corner, Dan?
We'll see what happens coming out of here, because this is going to be quite crucial. And he's got a better run, you know, Jean-Paul Nihui. He got a very good exit there, and the Core Motorsport car under pressure. Nihui has gone alongside, and I think Nihui will have the advantage as they go into Sunset. He's definitely got a better exit there. Fantastic drive from Jean-Paul Nihui, and he's going to take that second place back.
Yeah, Nihui, fantastic, down the inside into the final corner. It's a tricky corner, as we've been saying all race. It's got a lot of bumps, but he's made that position stick, although he had a little bit of a twitch mid-corner, but he's through. Just to keep you abreast, the leader of the GT3 Core Sim Racing, they are into the pits. Mike Paluk staying at the wheel. They're in for their final pit stop. But I can tell you, High Octane Mudspot, Joachim Svensson, is still out there, and they are in first place in class at the moment, but they have got, let's see, who's second in class? Stephen Ebert is in second in class, but they are a bit further behind. Core Sim Racing just coming out the pits now with a 55.5 second pit stop. So, but as we say, this will be their final pit stop now, so it'll be interesting to point that out. To get out and hopefully be able to get back into the lead for their race.
Yeah, it's the last pit stop for these GT3 cars. So as we're seeing now, we've got the GT3, the car of Manik Pulic, who's on that final run now, and with the GT3s, they will be able to go, to say, right to the end of this race. But up front, the Hawk Sim Racing car catching up a little bit to Team Huskenveld, although Huskenveld, I've got a massive gap. It has come down. It was a minute at one point, now down to 40.2 seconds. I think it's too little too late for Hawk Sim Racing, but that gap does seem to be going down a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite a dominating position that Team Huskenveld find themselves in overall in this race. As you say, 40 seconds ahead of Hawk Sim Racing, who are in second place in that 1-2-4 car, just making their way through back markers. Blackadder Motorsport in third place overall in that Daytona prototype class, with Core Sim Racing in fourth in the 111 car, and FRT Hawker in fifth place. We've got the NKH car actually off track at the moment on the Almond Straight.
Yeah, it looks like he took a little bit of grass and spat him out, and he did hit the wall. I don't think he did hit the wall. Or if he did hit the wall, it was a very, very slow speed glance. And I was just about to say to you that the FRT Hawker car just in front of it may be feeling the pressure, but it seems as if Nicholas Helm, he hadn't made any mistakes until then. He has made a small mistake. I don't think he did hit the wall, but he's going to lose a few seconds there. He manages to join the track. I think he joined it pretty safely in the circumstance, considering it's a weird place to go off, to be fair. He had the initial instant just coming off the corner, hit the grass, but when he actually had the spin, he was halfway down the straight near enough. So the cars would have been gathering quite a bit of speed coming down the straight. I'm just going to look at this rejoin now. It seemed the cars behind would have seen that he was on slow on that side, so I don't think there's any question of an unsafe rejoin there. But a very close moment there for that NKH car, and he's lucky not to hit anything.
Okay, so as we're coming into the final stretch of this race, it's about just under 50 minutes to go in this race in the 4 hours of Sebring in the Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series, and we're here live on Racespot TV and iRacing Live. Join us after these short commercials when we will have the conclusion of this fantastic race.
iRacing.com is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all over the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics and engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. iRacing's web-based interface allows members to compare stats and test drive any combination of car and track instantly. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 60,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsport organizations like SRO Motorsports Group to deliver virtual races based on the real-life Blancpain GT series. iRacing's Blancpain Endurance Series features team racing, giving members the ability to build a team and participate in races ranging from 3 hours to 24 hours. Additional partners include NASCAR, IMSA, V8 Supercars, IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own 24 hours of Spa, Bathurst 1000, Daytona 500, and many more. iRacing.com, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car.
Welcome back to the Javelin of Tweakers Endurance Series here from Sebring International Raceway. It's the 4 hours of Sebring here live on iRacing Live and Raceport TV. Paul Smith, Dan Blake and Alvin Nieves here with you on commentary, and we're going to be here all the way through to the end of this race. And Dan, we've just seen a bit of an incident with the core sim racing car, if you want to talk us through that.
Yeah, of course, sim racing, the car of Fredrik Rasmussen's had a bit of an off on the final turn. Hit the wall pretty hard, came into the pits, back out of the track now, but he's down to 8th place, a lap down. And that puts the Pros Racing Sport Car up to 7th and Legends Racing up to 6th.
So yeah, so a bit of an incident there. They've been into pits twice actually in the last couple of laps, so really big issues there for them. We'll just quickly talk through the top 3 for each class, and in first place overall in the prototypes, Team Hoising Belt, and it's Henry Gross at the wheel of that car, as I believe we're just showing the incident there, Hawk Sim Racing in second place overall with the 124 car of Christian Bug. And in third place, the 166 car, Blackadder Motorsport with Christian Challoner, who's done a good job starting 14th up to third place in that car. And then in the GT3s, Core Sim Racing, they are in the lead of the GT3s and the BMWs. Then we have the High Octane Motorsports 220 car in second place, with Mad Cape Racing not too far behind them in third place. And in the GTC class we have the 356 car of Baguette Racing in first place with an absolutely massive lead of 1 minute and 50 seconds over Spirit of Le Mans, the 333 car. And Core Sim Racing GTC, the 311 car, is in third place in class. And Dan, we've had other incidents as well.
Yeah, number 357's had a trip into the wall at turn 17 as well. It seems like it's been a bit of a trouble spot in the last few minutes. That's the 357 machine, which was being driven at the time by Richard Simpson, driver from Texas. He's had an incident into the wall at turn 17. Unfortunately, that car in the pit lane now, and they are currently the last of the GTC cars currently running. They are 18 laps down, and this isn't going to help them.
A bit of an incident is an understatement. They've ended up rolling the car into the wall, and yeah, that's a big incident. But they were able to get back on the wheels and get into the car, get into the pits. As we've also seen the 111 Core Sim Racing prototype crash as well with their incident. So. It's all happening towards the end of this race. Drivers getting a bit tired, and just as in real life, the tiredness affects the driving.
Also, though, the 111 car on a fight back, it's Mark Wilmington under pressure from the core car of Fredrik Rasmussen. They're going down to turn 17. At the moment, there's no move being made, but Mark Wilmington in that blue flag car will certainly be feeling the pressure from the damaged Core Sim Racing car of Fredrik Rasmussen. There's a little bit of damage to the front end of that car from its wall strike, but it's not affecting him too badly because he's right on the back now, this blue flag car.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's only about 1/10 of a second between them by the looks of things. Down through the first corner, and well, Blue Flag Racing able to just keep ahead at the moment of that course sim racing car, but Matt Warmington under immense pressure because that Core Sim Racing car, it is a quick car. They look to the outside through turn 2. Can't quite make the move through there, but now through Big Bend you've got a GT3 car there. They're having to go around the outside off, but will he make the move down into the hairpin? We'll soon see. Going down towards that hairpin, he darts out to the right, has a look, but decides against it, darts back in behind that Blue Flag Racing car.
Yeah, so position 8 for Mark Wilmington, 9th place currently for Fredrik Rasmussen. And it looks like when I was having a look at on the chat on the YouTube, and it looked like that there was the car being driven by Juha Pakalami. They seem to think they might be able to go for the full stint, so no more pit stops. I don't think for that car.
Well, it'd be interesting to see if that happens. And Alvin, we've got yet more news from Race Control.
Yeah, the incident that involved car 357 going into the into turn 17. It was Torque Freak Racing. They had contact, and race control has go over it, and they decided that's gonna be a stop and go for avoidable contact. Sorry, a drive through.
Drive through for the 281 car. So yeah, the Top Freak Racing BMW having to serve a penalty there, and it's I mean they're about 18 seconds behind the Mad Cape Racing car, so that's going to cost them, because the 255 Blue Flag Racing GT car, they're only 3.5 seconds behind that Top Freak car, so definitely going to lose one place with that drive through.
Yeah, it's going to lose a position to Blue Flag GT, and Juha Pekalami, of course, racing with that core sim racing team 111. So looks like that instant may have thwarted our plan a little bit, but Fredrik Rasmussen not letting off the gas. He's right on the back now of the car of Mark Warmington for Blue Flag. So as they come down now towards the hairpin, we see that change there goes from asphalt onto concrete. Warmington takes the line, but it looks like it's got a bit of a... didn't get such a good run off as Fredrik Rasmussen. It seemed to catch him up a little bit there on the exit of the corner, but it's just about finding a position where he'd be able to maybe get past. And they got the LJ Garnett car behind as well, Friction Racing, with that as a lap behind them. In fact, it's 2 laps behind them in that 199 car. But the car that they're fighting is Mark Figueroa, so 4X Racing Fatties, and they might be able to catch them before the end of the race, but I think that's about as far as they're going to go, unfortunately.
Absolutely, it's that core sim racing car. Fredrik Rasmussen is all over the back of the Blue Flag Racing Matt Warmington. But as we saw earlier on in the race, Matt Warmington, another one of these drivers who looks to be really good at defending a place and holding on to that spot, although Core really onto the back of that car now. Through that corner onto the Almond Straight now. Can Core get into that draft? They're in that draft. Can they make the most of it down this straight? Is it long enough for them to maybe look down the inside? Core just staying behind though. They're not going to make that move at the moment. Remember, they have got a bit of damage from a couple of incidents, have Core. But through the last corner, Warmington just runs a little bit wide. That gives Core the better exit. They're going to look down to the left. They're getting into the slipstream once again. Down into turn 1. Can they make a move? Stick into turn 1. They're going to look to the inside. Later on the brakes. Through down the inside of Matt Warmington. And that's going to give them 7th place overall.
Yeah, great move there from Fredrik Rasmussen to overtake the car of Mark Warmington. He defended for a little bit, but he wasn't able to hold on. And Legends Racing, I notice, aren't too far behind either. They must have had a pit stop, because Darren Seal right behind those 2 cars.
Absolutely, so Darren Seal now with the bit between his teeth. He's only 1.1 seconds behind Mark Warmington, but Mark is still with that core sim racing car. But just a little bit of a slow exit out of that corner for Matt Warmington, and Legends Racing just getting past the back marking car of Friction Racing, LJ Garnett at the wheel of that car, and now just going through that right-hander, and just a little bit of a gap there between Warmington and Seal.
Yeah, Darren Seal, we saw earlier in the race, he was very quick. He handed over the car to Adam Parley. He's now got it back. So Darren Seal, we see those 2 positions in front, and I think they are definitely ones he'll be able to take. And the car, and that's a very close, that was a loss of time there by the Warmington car, Blue Flag Racing, and that's allowed Darren Seal to get down the inside. A bit of hesitancy there, but that is the move which has put Darren Seal up a position. And it seemed that Warmington was very hesitant to get past that GTC car, which is the car of that is Yassine Baber, our GTC leader. So that may be why he's been a bit hesitant, but Yassine Baber is about to lap the 2nd and 3rd place cars in that class as well. But again, we got another move being made. That was in fact Warmington going past the lapped car of LJ Garnett. LJ Garnett doing well there to let him through, but Yassine Baber and GTC about to lap all of his fellow competitors, it looks like.
Absolutely fantastic effort from in the Baguette Racing car, as Matt Warmington was having a look on Darren Seal there, but just a little bit too far behind, as Darren Seal making his way through these GTC back markers and just getting held up a little bit there. and that's going to allow Warmington to close back up to the back of Darren Seal. Darren Seal, of course, has had a pit stop, whereas Warmington, I believe, has got to yet make his final pit stop. So fresher tyres for Seal, and it will show going into the brakes now to the acceleration zones as well.
And Seal's next target will be Frederick Rasmussen for 7th position, so Darren Seal will have the bit between his teeth, and that will make for good racing. We saw before that we were talking about GTC. Seems like Spirit of Le Mans has pulled away a little bit here from Core Sim Racing, that car of Jan-Paul Nihu. We saw him go past Dominic Engel, and Dominic Engel has fallen back a little bit now on the back from John-Paul Nihu, so John-Paul Nihu has made sure that that second place is a bit more secure than it was before, and we're very soon going to be closing in on the final half an hour of this race.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's still plenty of action going on with this race, and it's all going on through the field. I'm just having a look through the field. We've basically got Mark Warmington as the closest battle with Darren Seal, but Darren just pulling away a little bit now. As I say, fresher tyres, just able to make that breakaway from Mark, but good driving from Mark and Blue Flag Racing, as the 166 Blackadder Motorsports car is pitting now from second place in the Daytona prototype class.
Yeah, so the Blackadder car, which was second place, Christian Challoner into the pit lane, and we're starting to see, I think this is the final, this definitely will be the final pit stop for these prototype drivers, and what that was interesting to see what happens further down. Forrest Kuipers is the next one past, but he's not going to go into the pits, he's going to go past again, so he'll gain a position from that Blackadder car. Although the Blackadder car just coming out of the pits now, so hasn't lost too much time, but let's have a look and see where, well, NKH is, that's Nicholas Holm, they made their final pit stop, they're still quite a way back from them actually, so I think in the next few laps all of our prototype cars will have made their pit stop, and then we can see a true reflection of what's going on as our leader comes into the pits now. Henry Gross gets down to that speed limit, and now he moves on the pit lane speed limiter as he comes to make his final stop of the day. And it's worth noting that they'll be taking less time on this pit stop because they don't have to go so far. They need to go about 30 minutes left of this race. There was 31 minutes and 43 seconds when they came down this time, so this means we got a bit more time, bit less fuel to go in, but he's in the pits.
And do you take tyres at this stage, or do you think that you can make those tyres last to the end of the race just to help speed up the pit stop?
I think when you're in Huskenvald's position, they got quite a lead. I think they'll be able to take that risk, well, not gamble as such, but they'll be able to maybe have the luxury of making that decision. If you're fighting with some other cars around you, maybe not, but Huskenvald coming out of the pits now, so that's their final pit stop done, and it's now a stretch towards home for them.
Only 23-second pit stop as well for them in that pit stop, so I don't think they did take tyres, I think they just took fuel, as out they come still in the lead. Blackadder Motorsport are in third place at the moment, but of course they've had their pit stop. Hawk Sim Racing, they're in second place at the moment overall. Are they due to make their final stop? I'm just having a look through their... No, they've had their final stop, so they're in second place. So they've managed to get ahead of Blackadder Motorsport in that pit stop.
Yeah, Thorsten Kuiper is now back behind the wheel for the final stint of this race, so it was a good stint from the Hawk Racing 124 Christian Bug to get them into this position. So they are now second place on merit, so I don't think they'll quite be able to cut. I don't think Huskenveld will be caught unless they have a late race drama. I think we're pretty much locked in now for victory overall in the prototype class, but anything else going on will be quite interesting. We've got 241. That's the Racing Lions car, Arno Gibbon, and he's fighting with John King from Blackadder Motorsport, and also that's the BMW behind Francisco Cardenas Ruiz for Euphoria Racing Y, but he is further lapped down to these cars. So the battle is between John King and Arno Gibbon, and that is going to be for 5th place in the GT3 class.
Absolutely, you have got Fabian de Jong about 5 seconds behind this battle as well, so the NAB car, it's still got a shout. It's about 29 minutes left in this race now, so you are definitely down into that final sprint at the end of this long 4-hour race, and we were saying about the dynamic track, you can really see the racing line now, really thick, dark, especially where they're braking into that heavy braking zones, like coming into the hairpin that the 241 Racing Lions car and the Blackadder Motorsports car are coming into now.
Yeah, certainly, and also coming into turn 2 as well, you can see it very noticeably. But this dynamic track, I can't see many marbles, to be honest. I don't know what's happening with the marbles, but we've got the Racing Lions. Obviously, the track is now properly rubbered in. Racing Lions car and the Blackadder one fighting hard for 5th position, but I think that NAB Racing car will be trying to get himself involved. He had a 2 minute and 2.6. He's actually currently running 2 seconds a lap quicker than the 2 cars in front of him.
Absolutely. So that NAB car, it's that they'll be hunting them down, and well, Racing Lions just pulling out a little bit of a gap just this lap, but not much of one. They're still 0.9, 0.8 of a second ahead of the Blackadder Motorsports car, so we'll be certainly keeping an eye on this battle going on. And well, it's just to keep you abreast of the GTCs, the Baguette Racing, they are still 1 minute 43 ahead, so I think they're just taking it easy now. I don't think they're quite pushing as hard as before with the Spirit of Le Mans car in 2nd place in GTC and Core Sim Racing in 3rd for them. And well, coming into this final half hour, we've got a half hour of the race left. Has there been any sort of like standout performances for either of yourself, Dan, or Alvin?
I think that you've got to say that as far as Baguette Racing go, we've not spoken about them much, but that's just because they've gone and done their job and they've just been supremely fast. There was that little incident with them exiting the pit lane, but other than that, they haven't really been on our TV screen. It's been a bit like that Mercedes and Formula 1. You don't always see much of them during the race, but that's just because they're doing what they have to do, and there's more interesting things going on further back.
Yeah,
Alvin?
Even though Baguette Racing were involved in a big scare coming out of the pits, another one that has stand out, and it's a Core Sim Racing GT3 which have been pretty much leading the whole race. They haven't really had any problems throughout the whole race, and they also seem to be really dominating the race in their class as well.
I'm really going to give the kiss of death now, because the Blackadder Motorsports are actually catching right up for 2nd place, and they're going into the first corner, and Blackadder Motorsports with Christian Challoner is taking 2nd place overall, so able to get ahead of Hawk Sim Racing. Thorsten Kuiper's not quite able to be on the pace of Christian. In fact, Christian was 3 seconds, almost 3 seconds faster that last lap, so traffic must have been involved there. But look at Christian Challoner now just able to start pulling away from Thorsten, and I was about to say that Blackadder Motorsports car was going to be my shout for team of the day, because they started 14th in this race, and they're now currently in 2nd place. They're in the middle step of the podium, so not middle step of the podium, 2nd step of the podium, and it's been a fantastic performance from them.
Yeah, another team which I was going to say is standing out of those, because as you say, from 14th to 2nd is a tremendous effort from that 166 car. That's Christian Challoner and Brandon Gariska in that car, so they've done a very good job in that car. And also, I think another driver who's impressed me is the 199 friction driver we had in Dean Prescott. I think he drove a fantastic couple of stints, but unfortunately he's not had success at the end of it. But he's definitely, as far as I can see, he's definitely had a very good stint when he was in the car.
Absolutely. So, as we say, going into these final stages of the race, just 24 minutes left, roughly, in this race, and still there are battles going on throughout the field. I am impressed with this field. That normally in endurance racing, you end up with the field spreading out to such a degree that you've got minutes between positions, and yet here we've got various battles going on where there's less than 10 seconds between cars.
yeah, just the gaps between drivers, as we said before. We're nearly 3 hours and 40 minutes into a 4-hour race, and some of these cars are just as close as they were at the beginning of the race. It's really riveting to watch, and just shows really that despite the fact the cars at some points the gaps may go out, they may go down, but they're still just very, very close for this stage of the race as Christian Chandler goes past the Talk Freak Racing GT3 there, puts a bit more space between himself and the third place car, Thorsten Kuipers, but Chandler has definitely put in some impressive lap times. The last few lap times of Chandler, in fact Chandler's just done the fastest lap for that car.
Oh, and just looking further back, the 116 car, as 4X Racing Fatties has just made a mistake, and that's allowed Friction Racing LJ Garnett to get past for position, so that's for 11th place overall, and just seemed to just get a little bit loose on him, did the Mark Figueres into the right-hander there, just late on the brakes. The car just back end wants to come round, he gets on the dirt, and that's the invitation that Friction Racing wanted, and LJ Garnett is through into that 11th place.
Yeah, a good run from Friction Racing. I don't think they're going to be able to go any further now. It's about a lap between themselves and Average Chronic Racing, unfortunately, and I think for Friction Racing, it's not really, they don't deserve an 11th place finish. I think they've been a lot better than that, but as I was just about to say about Blackadder Motorsport, Christian Chandler's put in the fastest lap that car's done. He's just completed lap 110 now, and 107, a 154.828. That's a fantastic lap time there from Chandler, and it just shows that he's still pushing on. His last lap, a 55.5, and he's at a 55.0, 55.6, so Chandler really consistent and quick at this stage of the race.
154.8, that's faster than their qualifying lap.
Yeah,
That tells you the pace that Christian Chandler has got in that car, in that Blackadder Motorsports car. And just looking further down, there's still a battle going on between Darren Seal in the Legends car and the Pros Racing Sport car. That's Jason Birchall. There's only 1.3 seconds between them, and there's also a battle going on between Racing Lions and Blackadder Motorsports again. And this is, well, as you can see, it's almost side by side going into the final corner. Racing Lions just able to stay ahead, but Blackadder Motorsports, can they get the run through that final corner into the start-finish straight? As they come across the line now, we're going to have a look at the split time. There's 0.4 of a second between them. So going into the first corner now, we've got about 20 and a half minutes roughly left in this race, and these two, well, there's a blanket over them. It's that close, Dan.
yeah, some really, really close racing. At this point of the race, you say, 20 minutes to go. Depending where you are on the on the track and who you're racing with in your situation, it's either a balls to the wall sprint race now, where you're just going to be pushing like anything and acting like a sprint race, or you're going to be taking it really carefully, like in the case of Baguette Racing. They got such a big lead, and I think that's the fascinating thing about these closing stages of the races. You'll have different cars with different agendas and different mentalities, and how they come together could be quite interesting. Obviously, you've got some cars who will be a lot more reluctant to let people pass, and you have other ones who will quite happily want to stay out of trouble.
I don't know about you guys, but whenever I'm in an endurance race or a longer race, and I've got a bit of a gap between myself and the next car, I can't take it easy, because if I do take it easy, I make a mistake. Maybe that's because I'm not as talented as other people, but I don't know if you Dan or Alvin, find that when you're driving, that if you just back off a bit, you're more likely to make a mistake.
I found when I also did my Hyundai Coupe Cup, I found at Thrax, it was at Castle Combe, my second to last meeting, I was in the lead, and I was dropping back a little bit, because the guy I was racing for lead just spun, and you drop back, but I actually did the complete opposite. I slowed down, my pace went such down to the extent that my tyres got cold again, and I really struggled with that, so I do think that some of these guys are going to have, it depends though really, but on the mentality. Some of them may be able to do that, drive conservatively, but we got another battle on field on the track between Legends Racing and Pros now right on the back. So that is Jason Marshall giving Darren Seal a bit of a tough time.
Yeah, Jason Marshall doing a fantastic job catching up to Darren Seal in that Legends Racing car. This is for 7th place overall, and well, they're just having a little look out, just poking their nose out, letting Darren know that they're there. But down through the final corner, Darren Seal, will he get a better exit? Oh, a little bit of a switch there from Jason Marshall in the Pros Racing Sport car, and now towards first corner, and there's half a second between these two, and this, well, it's as you say, it's balls to the wall, because these two, they want to finish as high as possible, Dan.
Yeah, for them it's definitely a sprint race mentality, because they've got about 20 minutes to go, and the battle for 7th and 8th place really hotting up now, and not too far up the road, of course, sim racing either, don't forget, in 6th place, Fredrik Rasmussen. So I don't think they want, I guess in they could technically catch him up for 6th place, but it's how they want to go about it. I think if they go battling amongst themselves, they're not going to be able to catch up to the core car, but they still got a little bit of a chance of catching up to that 6th place car. He's not too far up the road.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, do you work with each other, or do you make sure that you can just battle away? As we see the Friction Racing have just come out of the pits for one final time, just for a splash and dash by the looks of things. But you know, do you work with each other? Do you not bother battling with the car in front of you if you feel that you're both catching up to that car ahead?
It's a hard one, really. Some drivers will, some drivers won't, but I think if the last lap for Core is a 57 and Legends doing a 50, they both were about a second quicker. So maybe if they give it a couple of laps, maybe of working together, just to see what happens with that gap. Obviously traffic and that it plays a big part on these gaps lap on lap, but if they genuinely are catching up at a bit of speed, then maybe it's something that they should be looking at. We've got another battle as well, Hawk Sim Racing in 3rd place in NKH, that final podium space, and Nicholas Helm is behind the wheel. How many laps has Nicholas Helm done? We know we were looking before
86.
86, so I think they're going to have to make a late pit stop, you know, because I don't think they'll be able, I think they're going to go over that maximum driver limit.
Well, it's making for a fascinating battle anyway, because there's less than a second between 3rd place and 4th place in this battle. There's also the battle with Darren Seal and also Jason Marshall as well. That's a really close battle. All of a sudden we're getting these close battles right towards the end, as all the different pit strategies have worked out, and it's all just this final push towards the end of the race. Some cars with bit better tyres than others, bit more fuel than others, but across the line there, and Hawk still staying ahead of NKH Racing.
Hawk still ahead of NKH, and if NKH do have to make a pit stop, they may lose a position to FRT Hawker as well, but I don't think they will. I think they'll still stay in 4th position. But how long we got left? We've got 18 minutes of this race left, and Helm has only got, he's got his 88th lap now. I think he's going to run out of time, you know, because obviously 92 is the limit of when they can stay at one driver.
Down the inside of the car there, and
that
he goes past Hawker.
He's gone past. Yeah, great move there. Past Doyston Kuipers at the hairpin. Fantastic stuff there from the NKH car, but it would be a bit of a shame if that was to mean nothing if he has to pit, and I think now unfortunately that might be the case. Car goes off in front of him though. That's another one of the prototypes. Is that that is the car of Dexter Castro, which is 4 laps down.
Yeah, so just that move down into the NKH Racing, the 191 car into 3rd place overall, and well, it'd be interesting to see if they do pit. Because we've got, as you say, we've 14 minutes left in this race, so plus of course if the leader goes across the line just before the end, you've got that extra lap as well, so it's going to be tight, that's for sure. And as you say, possibly they'll have to do a driver change and lose that 3rd place. Yeah,
they're the only team who are anywhere near that limit. We got the Christian Bug Hawk, he did 78 laps. Obviously he's out of the car now, so that is the only car I can see which would be in danger of breaching that rule, and I think if you breach that rule it's a disqualification, so it's a very stiff penalty.
Well, I could tell you that also 7th place between Legends Racing and Pros Racing has changed spots. So Pros Racing with Jason Marshall has got ahead of Darren Seal in that Legends car. We could also tell you that GoT Racing have just been in for their final pit stop. So nice short pit stop for them, just to give Evan Melliard the run to the end with about 13.5 minutes remaining in this race. But as I say, Pros Racing, the 176 car, now ahead of the 109 Legends car.
Yeah, so now, we said before about them working together to catch Core Sim Racing. That obviously wasn't going to happen. So we'll see if the Pros Racing car is able to make an impression on the Core Sim Racing car of Fredrik Rasmussen. Not too much between them, although time is definitely running out for those drivers, so we'll see what happens there. And Nicholas Halm definitely pulling away from that Hawk car, Thorsten Kuipers. He's pulled a good 3 seconds, I'd say, on him already.
Yeah, absolutely. You bang on there, 3 seconds with that one. Core Sim Racing, they're only 2.5 seconds ahead of Pros Racing Jason Marshall. So I wouldn't say they're out of the woods yet. They've still got to push on and keep that place. That's what, 6th place overall that Core Sim Racing are currently in with the 111 car. And just looking through the field, Mario Reich, the 223 Hawk Sim Racing GT3 car, there about a 1.5 seconds behind. Fabian de Jong in the 208 car there, in the NAB car there, we're only a second behind for position there, so it's worth just keeping an eye out on those positions. But that place overall, that 6th place overall, is where the interest is at the moment, although Core Sim Racing have just pulled out a little bit of a gap with this traffic down.
Yeah, a bit of a gap there and also, as you see, Pros was caught in the traffic, and the GTC leaders have come into the pits, so you've seen GoT Racing make their final stop. Evan Malliard has taken over that car as well from Yassine Babert, so Evan's going to bring it home. It's still got a massive lead over Spirit of Le Mans, so a very comprehensive drive from them. But that battle for 6th and 7th is going to be quite interesting to see, because he's still got, Marshall's got one car between them, and that's the Racing Lions car of Arnaud Gibbon, and he was racing with that Blackadder car not too long ago, and that's dropped back a bit as well. But also we got that battle between Nab, that's what we're looking at now. Fabian de Jong, we said he was quick, he's right now onto the back of that race, the Blackadder car, not Blackadder, it's the Racing Lions one of Arnaud Gibbon.
No,
so, and he's going to go down. Is he going to go down the no, it's not. It's a Blackadder car.
Yeah, it's
the
a
wrong
Blackadder
one.
car, yeah.
I was looking at their prototype for some reason, but yeah, he's going to come down into turn 17. He's going to make a lunge, and that is it's going to be brave if he makes a stick. And you know what? I think he's going to push that car a little bit wider, and he's made it stick. That's a fantastic move there. So good credit there to Fabian de Jong for Nab Racing. He had to show some serious guts, shall we say, to pull that one off, because that could have gone either way there. But it's a great move from him, and he moves himself up a position. So Nab Racing now currently sitting in 6th place, I think, in that GT3 class.
Absolutely, and good driving from John King as well to be able to see that Fabian was making that move. And we've got further action from race control, Alvin.
Yeah, it seems like there was a contact with car 255, and they just been handed a warning for that.
So the Blue Flag Racing GT car, the 255, just having a little bit of a contact in the race, as the 191 car, so NKH, as we say, they're coming into the pits down, and you're on the money once again.
Yeah, he's done 90 laps, Nicholas Halm. He wasn't going to make the...
he's coming out again.
He's come back out again. So Nicholas Halm has not made a driver swap there. That's interesting. He's done a splash and dash, but no driver change. And I think they might regret that, NKH, because there's no way he's going to be able to... If he's done, as we said, he's now going to be on his 91st lap. There's still 10 minutes to go. They're going to have to make another pit stop to put the other driver in, Hayden Burns. Or it's been a dramatic race for them, really. A lot of action, and I wouldn't want it to end in disqualification for them. I'm not sure if they actually realise how close to that limit they are.
Absolutely, as we've also got action in the GT3 3 class, and well, it's the 272 and the 223, Madcape Racing and Hawk Sim Racing. They're battling away for position. They've got leading prototypes coming through as well, though. The Legends car just coming through in the traffic as all. The Madcape Racing car just putting wheels on the grass. You don't want to be doing that with about 8 minutes left in this race.
You don't want to be doing that with any time left in that race, to be honest.
As looking down the
gone
inside
wide.
is Hawk. Hawk are still there on the inside. They make contact. No, and Hawk just make it down the inside. We're not seeing too many moves down on the inside of turn 2, but Hawk managing to pull that off and making the move stick. But will Madcape now be able to? Oh, and I was about to say, will they make the run out? But no, they've just lost the back end, and that's just lost them a bit of time. They've lost about 4 seconds now on that Hawk Sim Racing car. So Hawk Sim Racing up into 3rd place in GT3, and with about 8 minutes left, it's not a lot of time left for Madcape to do that, and Racing Lions are actually close to them now. They're about 2 seconds behind them.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Madcape, they've lost a podium place there to Hawk, and Racing Lions aren't too far behind them either. So Arno Gibbon will be his next task to try and get past that Madcape car. Ben Moore, and a bit of a mistake there, unfortunately for him. So that is not the way they want to end their race. They had a podium place, but I think they're going to find it hard to get it back now.
Absolutely. So Racing Lions about 1.5 seconds behind now, behind that Madcape Racing car. After that little error coming out of turn 3, I believe it was, wasn't it? Yeah. So now just coming through onto the straight, and Madcape now just settling it down, because it may fluster some drivers sometimes if they make a little mistake, because it can lead to other mistakes, can't it?
Yeah, it can do if you get into that sort of frame of mind, but hopefully Ben Warren will not get into that frame of mind. He'll just be able to put his head down, and he's going to need to put his head down and get back to it, because the Racing Lions car, as you say, getting closer and closer, so he can go from one fight to another. And as far as that 191 goes on driver time, he's now on his last 90-second lap he can do. So if he doesn't come into the pits this time, I do fear for their result standing, unfortunately. And he's just coming now onto the Ullman Straight. So if he doesn't come into the pits this time, he will go over that driver limit, because this will be his 90-second lap.
Well, would he go onto his 93rd lap, because he will go across the timing line coming through the pit lane?
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's going to have to come in this time, I think, really. Because then he'll get the 90, he's on 91, he's on his 92nd now, and he's going to stay out. So it looks like he will go over that limit.
It's unfortunate. I mean, maybe there's an issue with the drivers. Is there? Is Hayden still there? But anyway, I've also got other battles going on. It's the Racing Lions car now with the Madcape Racing car, and Madcape have lost another place now to Racing Lions. Lions get a little bit of a slide on, a little bit of shimmy out of that corner. Can Madcape take advantage of that? No, they can't. They're still behind, and they've got the prototype there behind them, which is the Avid Chronic Racing.
So Ben Warren is dropping away quite substantially then in these last couple of laps. He was 3rd, now finds himself in 5th place. So it's disappointing for Madcape Racing Team, but they've had a good race, been involved in a lot of battles, and unfortunately though, it's going to be looking like a 5th place as things stand at the moment. But there's still, as we say, time for that to change. There was just over 5 minutes to go last time the leaders crossed the line, so we are now down into that last 5 minutes of the race.
So you reckon what, about 3 laps left in this race? So there's not a lot of time left.
No, not much time left at all. So I think though the battles will, if anyone's got anything left in the tank and they're in a battle, they need to exhibit that now and pretty quickly.
Yeah, so the 272 car, Madcape Racing, are still pretty close though to the Racing Lions car. There's about half a second between them, but there's Fabian de Jong behind us, Mad wide as well. So NAB Racing, they're as well, so that Madcape could lose yet another place, because Fabian is a quick driver in this BMW Z4.
Yeah, Fabian's had a fantastic stint. We've seen him go past a few cars, and now Ben Warren could be the next one. I think that Fabian's young, may think that if he's lost some places, he is going to be rather vulnerable, and that could be the case, because he's going to have a little dart on the hairpin, and that's gone wide, Ben Warren there. So Ben Warren definitely feeling the pressure there. I don't know if maybe his tyres have seen better days or something, but that BMW Z4 does not look a very happy one there at all for what is the Madcape Racing team there.
Ben Warren pitted on lap 90. He's now on his 113th lap, as we've got about 2 laps to go now in this race. As the lead, as we're looking now, the 272 Madcape are under immense pressure from NAB. We can tell you that Team Huizinga are in the lead of this race overall, with Blackadder Motorsports in second in the 166, and the Hawk Sim Racing in third in the 124 car. Core Sim Racing in first place in the GT3 class, with High Octane Motorsports in second in the 220 car. And the 223 car of Hawk Sim Racing, well, looking at just at this battle here between NAB and Madcape Racing, as they've got a prototype going past. That's the 4X Racing Fatty's car going past them, as they're trying to take advantage of that car going past down the inside into that final corner. They know there's not a lot of time left, so they have to make that move stick down in the inside, but Madcape Racing get the better run out the exit that corner. Can they keep it now down the inside into the first corner? It's across the line. There's absolutely nothing between these two cars. Down into the first corner, it's a left-hander. Madcape have the line, but you can run wide here. There's going to be close. Oh, there's almost contact between the two. NAB have to go into the dirt, and that's just given Madcape a little bit of a breathing space, but not much of one.
We saw NAB Racing go down the inside at turn 17 before and make it stick, but great driving there from Ben Warren to make sure it didn't happen this time. So at the moment, we've got the Ben Warren Madcape car, as we see now. Yeah, he's got the run coming down towards the hairpin. Fabian de Jong looks like he's going to make that position stick there. So Fabian de Jong down the inside. There's a prototype there. That's the 4X Fatties, I think we said it was. Or was that a different one now?
That's a different one.
That's a different one, in fact. That's Thorsten Kuipers, currently running third overall. So he won't want to get too mixed up in this near the end of the race, but Fabian de Jong has gained the position, and I think that's about all he's going to get, because although he's
got a car running wide ahead of them.
Yeah, that's the 4X Racing Fatties. Mark Figueres going a little bit wide there. That car currently 11th place overall and in class. But with the time running out, I think Huskenwald will be... in fact, Huskenwald are on their last lap now. I think Henry Gross is going to start the final lap.
Yeah, he should be on his last lap, because he's in through the hairpin now. Just to give you the update of the GTC class as well, Net Racing are in the lead of that race by 54.6 seconds, ahead of the Spirit of Le Mans car, the 333, and the Colsim Racing 311 car is in third place in GTC class. But as we can see, Team Huizinga Engineering 178, we haven't really talked about them in the last sort of quarter of this race, because of the issues that's happened to their competitors, they've been able to keep it on the track, and they've kept it in the lead. Yeah,
a fantastic drive from Team Huskenwald and Henry Gloss and his teammate in that car, Christian Kewitt. They were racing with Friction, they were racing with NKH, but those two teams found themselves in problems after the early stages of the race, and Huskenwald have been very consistent and very clean, and they've managed to keep themselves out of trouble, and they've been quick to go along with it, and that's what's going to secure them victory in the first round, this Gathering of Tweakers race.
So yes, and through the final corner now, they can almost taste the champagne as they come around that corner, past the pit entry and across the line. Team Huizinga Engineering win the race here, the 4 hours of Sebring here at the Sebring International Speedway. And well, you've got Blackadder Motorsport there in second place at the moment in the overall standings, and Hawk Sim Racing are in third. Core Sim Racing GT3, they've come across the line, they've won the GT3 race here for them. High Octane Motorsports, they're in second place in GT3, and Hawk Sim Racing are in third, and the GoT Racing are into the final final corner now as well. They're going to go take the checkered flag with a magnificent drive from them, basically from lights to flag. And they align to win in the GTC class. Managed to clip the wall as well, celebrating across the line. Spirit of Lamore, they're in second place in the GTC class with GoT Racing. They've come across the line in third place in GTC, so they are in third. So Spirit of Lamore all they have to do is just finish this lap and they will be second in class. But of course we've got the battle still going on between Madcape and Blackadder going through to the end here. They're in the final section now, coming into the final corner. It's too far, 0.4 of a second, going to be quite enough, but they're having a look into that final corner, late on the brakes, but Blackadder Motorsport not quite able to get past, but now they're looking on the inside. Can they get the better run across the line? Madcape Racing, Ben Warren manages to keep hold to that place, 20th place overall and 6th place in class, with Blackadder Motorsport in 2nd place. John King pushing him right to the end of that run, and well, we've pretty much had everyone across the line now who's finished, as Matt Warmington just coming through the final turn himself in the Blue Flag Racing Daytona car, and he's heading to pit road. So that's pretty much it for everyone in this race, and well, Dan, it's been a fantastic race for us today, and you got to applaud Team Hoisingveld for doing a fantastic result there. As just go through the results here. So in first place overall, and the winners of this race is Team Hoisingveld Engineering. Fantastic from Henry Gross and from his teammate Christian Kiewit. Placed Blackadder Motorsport in the 166 car. They finished second place in that prototype car. In third place, the 124 car of Sim Racing with a fantastic run in third place. Fourth place, NKH Racing. It is provisional at the moment. We think they may have gone over the limit there for the driving time, but we will see that if that happens in the final results. FRT in 5th place overall and GoT Racing in 6th. Just having a look at the GT3 finishers. In first place in GT3, GoT Racing in the 211 car. A good race from them to win that GT3 class. In second place, High Octane Motorsports in the 220 car. Third place is the Sim Racing GT3 car. Fourth, Racing Lions. It was all getting a bit exciting towards the end with them, and NAB Racing in 5th place, and Madcape Racing were able to keep hold of that 6th place over the line. And in the GTC class, Baguette Racing, they won in their class with a dominating performance from green flag to the checkered. In second place, Spirit of Lamore in the 333 car, doing some fantastic driving through the field, with GoT Racing in the 311 car in third. Top Creek Racing in 4th in class. 5th in class is ABL Endurance Team, and in 6th place was SRN Motorsport. So that's been the Spirit of the Gathering of Tweakers race here. What we're going to do is just going to take a short commercial break, and right after this break we're going to have some interview with some of the runners and racers from that race, so stay tuned for that.
Truex in the outside, contact made. 56 slides it at a 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Welcome back to the Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series here on Racebot TV and iRacing Live. And what we're doing now is we've got some drivers for interviews, and what we'll do is we will grab a word with Henry Gross first of all, who was in the winning car of the Team Hoising Belt Engineering. And Henry, it was a good race from yourselves, and you had to do a little bit of battling to start with, but able to win the race in the end.
Yeah, hey guys. The first two stints of Christian was really fantastic. He has good fights, race a clean race, no damage, and so I have a very nice car and a good gap for all the other teams in the rest of the race.
And so you had to battle at the start, as you say, but instance just falling in your favour and able to give you a comfortable race in the end, Henry.
Yeah, it was really comfortable. I have a huge gap for the second place car because the first place after our pit stop had a disconnect or something else, so the second place was a huge gap, and I only had to manage the rest of the race.
And yeah, so no issues with yourselves, just able to race to the end?
Yeah, no issues. Yesterday we talked how we place our stints and how long we drive each other, and yeah, that's was all fine.
Okay, and is there anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, I really thank you, Christian, for the first two stints. It was really fantastic. And you guys for the live stream as well. I only watch it tomorrow on YouTube, but I think it's, as always, fantastic.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Henry, for joining us, and congratulations on the raceway.
Thank you.
Okay, so Dan, who have you got there to speak to?
I've got Benjamin Gregory here from the Avid Chronic Racing team. Not the best of races for you, Ben, finishing 10th place. How was it out there for you?
Pretty good, honestly. It was, considering we had the issues at the start which forced us to pit twice within about 10 laps, which put us right to the back of even the GTC field, and the fact we were able to grab it all up and getting back into 10th was pretty impressive, I think.
Yeah, it seemed like there were some connection difficulties. Was that the problems that your team had?
Yeah, it was on my end. I had a sync rate issue, and I decided to pull into the pits to not mess up anyone else's race. It's would have been a bit unfair if I blinked out and just took out 5 cars. So I pulled in, gave my teammate the drive.
Yeah, it's very gentlemanly of you, and a good fight back there from you guys to finish in the top 10, 2 laps down despite all your problems. And any particular highlights from you during that race?
I think the fight where we were in 12th with another 2 teams. I think it's 4X and one of the Hawkers cars, I believe. Just really in the middle of a mist of traffic was absolutely fantastic. I cannot wait for the next one, actually. It's going to be awesome.
Anyone you'd like to thank for this afternoon's racing?
Just my team, mainly my teammate, just sticking by me the whole way. That was absolutely fantastic.
Thank you, Benjamin, and we'll see you next time.
Definitely.
And Alvin, I believe you've got our GTC winner, Evian Maliard.
Yeah, we got here Evan Mallard from Baguette Racing. Evan, flag to flag, total domination in the GTC class from you and Yassine Beber. Talk us through how the race went for both of you.
Well, hey, well, thanks a lot. The race went very good, obviously. Well, because well, we had some good pace, I think, and yeah, everything was fine. We had some good battles in the traffic as well, pretty much the whole race through, and no incidents. So
yeah, even though the race pretty much seemed to go incident free for both of you, there was a big scare. I think it was in the second round of pit stops for you. you were involved in an incident coming out of the pits with one of the GT3 cars. What was going on there?
Well, yeah, that was one of the most scary moments of the race. Like I just went out of the pits. I saw the GT3 car. I thought he had seen me as well, but at the last moment I realized he hadn't. So I tried my best to stay off track. I think I went for wheels on the curb as well, but didn't work out well anyway. So well, he spun on my nose, and that's all that happened. We didn't get any damage from it. So well, too bad.
Yeah, definitely could have been worse, considering that you've been leading the whole race and really no much competition from the rest of the GTC field. Is there anyone you would like to thank?
Well, I'd like to thank Yasin for doing a great job at being a great teammate, and all of you guys for organizing everything.
All right, thank you very much. And Paul, back to you.
Okay, thank you for that, Alvin. So we've also got Mark Warmington here as well from the Blue Flag Racing, and Mark, you had a bit of an interesting race there, finishing 9th overall. Just talk us through your race.
I'm glad you used the word interesting. It was all right actually. We not sure if we maximised in qualifying, but then we sat and looked at the times and did a really good lap. It was hectic through that first stint, so he drove a brilliant first and second stint. We just double stinted, and then for myself it was the last 3 stints, and it was exhilarating, it was exciting and fraught trying to second guess what the GTs were going to do, and I don't know if anyone else had issues, but frame rates and stuff started to give me grief in the last stint, so just happy to see the flag really.
So you say you're happy to see the flag in the end there, but you had some good battles as well during the race, and seemed to be able to sort of defend, but also chose when to maybe sort of, when somebody stuck the nose down, just maybe give them that place just so you don't end up losing the whole race.
Oh yeah, our team speak was all full of just let him go, honestly, just let him go, let him have it. Yeah, and there were a few instances where it's like, okay, actually, it's a really good idea that we let them go because they've just crashed. And whether that was because they tangled with a GT or don't know if people were getting into the marbles or not, but I think we dropped down to about probably 12th maybe, back to 9th because some of the faster cars just didn't finish where they should have been.
And just finally, is there anyone that you'd like to thank?
I've got to say a huge shout out to my teammates actually, all of them. So Yuko, Victor was doing some stuff for us. Obviously the guys racing the GT. Patrick put the car on 5th, so a really good team effort. Rainis, Ralph, everyone at Blue Flag Racing, thanks. Guys, of course, as well. Great series. I'm looking forward to Neo tomorrow as well.
Well, Matt Wilmington, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary booth.
Cheers, guys.
And Dan, is there anyone else that you that's there to speak to?
Yeah, I think we heard Mark talk about Rhinus. I think Rhinus is here as well from the Blue Flag GT3 team.
Yeah, hello.
Hello. So, not probably the best of races for your team, finishing 2 laps down, but how was it for you out there?
Well, overall, I would say I'm happy with what we have, but yeah, we needed some kind of point from which we would know what we need to achieve for the next race. Well, we survived this one, and I'm happy about that. But we had Patrick in the last inning had a disconnection, so we lost 2 positions, and that probably is the saddest thing we had.
Yeah, so you finished 11th in this race, but as you say, you're learning things with the series, learning about your levels of competition, and do you think this will put you in better preparation for the next round of the series?
Definitely, because Well, when we started, we actually didn't know what will be the grid like, the competition, overtaking, and the battles on the track. And in this race, we kind of learned that, well, it's a really big respect between all the cars, and it's not like some other official races where you just need to step down and watch out for everybody.
Yeah, qualifying saw your team qualify third in the GT3 class, so you must have been extremely happy with that effort.
I think it was fourth place, but yeah, it was a really good time, but I actually knew that we can't keep up that pace, and we kind of kept at safe times, so we could just finish the race without doing any bad stuff.
Is anyone you'd like to thank for this afternoon's racing?
Well, I want to thank Patrick because, well, he was our fastest driver, and Ralph as well. He did put up some good battles, and of course you guys for broadcasting. I did enjoy all the time that I saw the broadcast. It was really top-notch quality and stuff. And yeah, hopefully see you guys in the next race.
Yeah, thank you very much, Renus, and good luck for the next one.
See ya.
And Alvin, I see you've got the Hawk Sim Racing drivers of Torsten Kuipers and Christian Bug there.
Yep, got him here. Good third position. Both of you seems like you were battling throughout the whole race. There was really no rest for any of you during the race. Christian, first, talk us through your stints and how it all went.
It was quite good. Okay, the first one, yeah, it was a bit, I was totally nervous. I mean, this is the first international racing series that we drive, and so I was very nervous in the first couple of laps, and I tried the best, and I think we made the best. We have some new strategy, or figured out some strategy right now. Overall, it was an exciting race. It's our first finish, or our target was to survive the race, just to get it to the finish, but to get on the podium, that's more than that we thought. It's amazing.
Yeah, definitely always good to get to the finish of a race. Torsten, how was your stint when you went on the racetrack as well?
The first stint was quite hard because I'm still struggling a little bit with the car over the distance. Second stint, I had my moment, so the second to last corner I spun, put the right front wheel over the curb and spun around. Luckily, I could manage to avoid the impact. And okay, we nearly lost one position, but fortunately, because NKH had to stop short before the end of the race, so we got back our third place. So overall, it was a nice race, and for first race, a very good experience.
Yeah, there always seems to be a magic when it comes to sim racing. Never a second of rest till the end of the race. Christian, anything you would like to thank?
To thank. Overall, there's the English word missing right now. Gathering of tweakers, of course, for this racing series. Luckily, we got some place that we had to manage. Yeah, I lost my English right now. Torsten, can you take over? Maybe.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
I lost my English right now.
So I think we would like to thank the organizers of the series, you guys, for broadcasting, and of course everyone who was in this great race.
All right, thank you very much, Torsten Kuipers and Christian Buck for Hawk Sim Racing LMP1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and just finally, we want to grab a word with the high octane motorsport drivers of Kim Salvsen and Joachim Svensson. So, first of all, Kim, to yourself, it was second place in class, but you weren't just able to keep up with the core sim racing team.
No, I am pretty new on this, so I am only just learning. So, yeah, I'm just lucky I have two fast guys in my team, so I have the easy part.
But you say that you're learning, so to finish second in class, you must be very happy with that result.
Yeah, very happy. So now it's very nice. I have never even known I didn't know of this series, so this is totally new for me. So it's good.
And how did you find the race then? Did you struggle at any point, or was it all relatively simple?
I have so huge lead, so I take it just easy and don't spin out. So I just try to have good pace and be safe. So it was easy for me.
And I was going to say, just moving on to Joachim Svensson here, your teammate, and Joachim, it's as Kim says, you built up quite a lead. So did you have anything in the race that made you think that you wouldn't quite finish as high up as you would?
Yeah, when the race started and our teammate Bendigus started dropping, and usually he's the fastest guy in the team and just runs away from everyone, we thought, yes, we're screwed. We're getting nowhere in this race. But then it just started to turn, and we started to gain on the guys in front, and that's when I started to think it was possible.
And you were pulling some good overtakes as well. You must have been happy with the way that you were able to come back into second.
Yeah, of course. I was really happy to see it coming to me, and then yeah, I just took the overtakes when I got the chance and tried to take all the chances.
And just finally, is there anyone that you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank, of course, our team, my teammates. They did a great job today and had a fantastic pace from their situation. And also, of course, I'd like to thank the drivers in the race. Everyone was driving really great, and it was a really clean race. So, yeah. And of course, the organizers, you did a great job putting this together. So, yeah, that's...
And Kim, do you want to thank anybody as well?
I just agree with my teammate and thank you. It was this is my first experience of this one, so I'm very nice. I like it a lot. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot for the racing, and well done on the second place in GT3.
Thanks.
Thanks.
And just finally, Dan, I believe you've got Fabian de Jong there.
Yeah, I've got Fabian here. Fabian de Jong finished in 5th place in GT3, but a stunning drive in the last stint saw you pick up many places. How do you think your race went?
Yeah, I did the first stint and the last stint, and they were great. A lot of fun, especially the last one. Yeah, I knew my teammates were a little bit slower, so yeah, and before the race we said, well, and did it.
You started second on the grid, so you must have had high hopes going into the race, and to finish 5th, do you feel a bit disappointed in that, or do you think that you had a good race to finish in 5th?
Actually, I started in 3rd, but then the high octane car. Yeah, it was a little bit. Our team did already know that I was the fastest. Yeah, we knew already that we were going to fall back after my first stint. So yeah, it happens.
Yeah, so you had it sounds like you had a pretty eventful race out there, finishing 5th, making lots of overtakes. Is there anyone you'd like to thank for this afternoon's racing?
Of course, my teammates. Without them, I wouldn't have done this. Catering the Tweakers for the series. And of course, you guys for the podcast. Going to check it out.
Thank you very much, Fabian, and well done on your racing today.
Yeah, no problem.
So there we go. That's the end of the interviews there. And Alvin, I'll start with you. This was your first broadcast, and what a race to have your first broadcast on.
Yeah, first time for me ever. Say had lots of fun. Definitely, I would like to do this again. Which, by the way, next round, it'll be my birthday weekend. So I think it may be a good idea to stop in here and do this one more time as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's become a traditional race spot that people commentate on their birthday weekend, so absolutely you're more than welcome, Alvin. And Dan, that was a fantastic race to watch and to commentate on as well.
Yeah, absolutely thrilling race. All 3 classes providing entertainment in different ways. We saw GTC battles, saw GT3 battles, saw prototype battles, and we saw a lot of hotly contested racing, which was all done in a clean, fair manner. I think the drivers put on a really good show, and a real credit to iRacing and Gathering the Tweakers and everyone involved in this for showing just what a great series and racing we can have on this service. And I think it leads on very nicely as the feeder series for tomorrow's Neo race as well. That's something that should be worth watching, because if these guys are the so-called amateurs or such, then I think when the Neo guys get in there tomorrow for the main show, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. And I think if this is the GP2 to the F1, then really it is going to be a good one, because this race really had a bit of everything in it, and the drivers definitely put on a great show. And I think some of these would do a great job in that Neo Endurance series if what we've seen today is anything good to go by, and the next round should be great to watch.
I think if any of those Neo drivers have been watching this, which I should have done, then they know they've got a tough act to follow, because that was a fantastic endurance race to watch. Just a few things, just to thank Anwen Designs for the broadcast graphics, for Nick Thiessen for the live timing, and Istvan Balo for the track cameras. And don't forget that Neo race is tomorrow. It's at 1 PM GMT, live here on Racespot TV and iRacing Live here at Sebring for 8 hours of this track. So if 4 hours wasn't enough for you, then 8 hours is just a nice trick for you on a Sunday afternoon. So from myself, Paul Smith, from Dan Blake, from Alvin Nieves, and from Hugo Louis on the cameras, we want to thank you all for watching and have a lovely evening. Take care.